Hello and good evening yet again. I don't know if you'll hear me this time. Do you hear me? Is there anyone in the room? I've come back. I'm very, very sorry. I don't understand technology. I'm totally useless with technology. I can't do numbers. I can't do technology. That's two things that I do not do. I do words. That's about it. Is there anybody there? Is there anybody out there? Is anybody coming in? You can hear me. Hello. Do you hear me? Say hello loud and clear. Yes. I rebooted the computer. The red light on the microphone has gone off. So something connected. I don't know. I have no idea how stupid cables work. Do I look like the kind of person who is a cable layer? We'll put a car outside, the window won't even close on. I can't even deal with that. You know, the electric window won't close. I'm going to throw a blanket over the bloody car tonight because otherwise it's going to be completely ridiculously ruined. The little Audi outside is going to be ruined. There are no garages open on a Sunday in this place, so I don't know what to do. The window won't close. One window will and one won't. So, yeah, that's my kind of life with technology. I hate anything technical. I don't like technology. I like notebooks. I write everything down in books. That is how I live. I'm a very old-fashioned person. I belong in the 18th century, without a doubt. I don't belong in the modern era. I do not like anything of the modern era because it's all too complicated. And when it goes wrong, it goes bloody wrong. I don't mind certain elements of technology, but I get other people to do it for me because I'm useless. And a certain person who's sitting next to me, she thinks that I should do all the things for her with technology. She doesn't realize I hate technology. But unfortunately, we live in this modern world where we have to deal with this kind of crap. And that's the only way of me dealing with, talking to you. So here I am, but I don't know how these cables all connect or whatever. And my technical person is miles away, obviously, different part of Europe. And I've never understood how anything works. And I don't understand lighting. No, don't even get me going. When I go to talk TV, I go into a studio, they put a microphone on me, I sit there, they deal with it. It's much easier because, better having someone else do it for you, because when you're an imbecile like me, I'm an absolute fool. I'm like the village idiot. I have not a clue about how any of this works. I don't understand any of it. I can't do 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 8 plus 4. If you gave me that, it would take me a year to work it out. I'm numerically dyslexic. I am totally hopeless with numbers and technology. But give me a word, I can take apart words. I'm not quite Susie Dent. I'm not in Dictionary Corner. She's the fabulous one. Giles Brandreth, his wonderful book, here I have it in front of me, the wonderful Have You Eaten Grandma? That is one of my favorite books, and I've been using that as a reference point for all these quizzes, for various 2 or 3 questions a quiz, perhaps. And I love things like that, but I do not like cables. I don't like technology. I don't like numbers. I don't like adding up of any form. I don't like anything to do with a number. I hate numbers with a passion. I'm not interested in science because I don't understand it. I'm not interested. We've just been sat in a bar with a man going on about some kind of scientific theory. He was completely mad. A friend of ours arrived. She immediately walked out. I know why, because quite frankly, the man was a bore. But equally, the bartender said to me, you can't sit there, sir, any longer because you're at a table for 6 and you're 1 and you had taken over the table with your computers and your whatever else. And he was a complete bore. So anyway, there's over 100 of you arrived. So well done. I'm sorry to be so late. I do apologize. Yes, right. I did fix it like Jim. Yes, I'm not Jim will fix it. No, but I did manage to fix it. But I don't know. You just press a button and play around until it's like in the old days when you used to kick the television. I remember kicking a television once because it wouldn't turn on, and then it did turn on, so I kicked it. And I thought, well, that's the solution. Sometimes you have to give something a kick. That's the only way to do a kickstart. But the electric window, I don't know what to do about that. That's another nightmare for tomorrow. I'd love to wait till tomorrow, and hopefully it's not going to rain in the night. So the window will have to remain open. That's all I can do about that. You like money in my purse rather than all the bank cards. I wish I had some money in a wallet rather than lots of bank cards. But I'd love some money, but cash is always king. And I have a friend who only uses cash, and he doesn't care where he goes and uses cash. And he's quite an important person, so he doesn't get told to stop, but most people do. But that's a story for another day. There we are. Right. Gav wants to know about Virginia. Well, Virginia we'll come to in a moment. Virginia is obviously my only topic for today. I've been on another program about Virginia. I'm going to talk about Virginia and the implications of the death of Virginia. It's a very, very sad thing. I didn't really know Virginia. I did speak with her once only. She wasn't one of my major sources, so I cannot say I know an awful lot about her. But obviously, I have been involved in a lot of stories about her, especially with the Daily Mail, with the bathtub story, which was the story that I discovered. And I worked on with the Mail, and I was paid for. The Mail did pay me the money for that story, I will admit straight away. I'm not going to lie to you. I did get paid for my story on that. I have done stories with the Sun newspaper about Virginia as well. Obviously, I have written about the Kinnerton Street House. Obviously, with Channel 4, they wanted to do a program with me about the other house, Stanhope Mews East, which was before Virginia. So I will come to all of that in due course. So anyway, we'll wait for a few more of you to come in. You saw me on the Atwood program earlier. I don't know, what did you think of the Atwood program? The interesting lady who turns out was a 7/7 bombing victim and also a victim of Jimmy Savile. And of course, there was Kirby Summers, whose book I'm credited in, to do with Ghislaine. They were the other two guests. I didn't know who the other lady was, particularly, other than she claims to be some kind of psychic. I just didn't know about her history, but her history is quite interesting, isn't it? Because, the poor lady has been through an awful lot. And then she wrote a book about how horses helped heal her. So anyway, she wrote to me afterwards, and I looked her up, and I thought, well, I'm very sorry to hear of her story. What an amazing lady. Now I'm starting to look like Donald Trump with this lighting, so I'll tip it this way. I can never get this lighting right here. This lighting is it's not the right setting, but there's no way of bringing any lighting at a different angle because of the logistics of the cables, so I can't really do anything. I do apologize. I don't mean to look like Donald Trump or to be completely in the dark, but each time it goes either way. So that's what they were complaining about earlier today, because they couldn't see me. Right. We've got Tina De Silva. Hello, Tina. We love Tina. Hello to you. Connie is saying about Ron. Well, Ron is a nice gentleman. He seems to be very pleasant to me, so I don't have a problem with him. No, he's been very gentlemanly, and we had a program with him yesterday, and I talked about the Titanic, amongst other things. I enjoyed chatting about it. I wasn't expecting to chat about the Titanic. The only problem I have with all these people with all these other channels is they don't give me information in advance. If I'm going to go on a show like I do with Talk TV, I go on it and I'm given a briefing and I learn that I'm going to be talking with X, Y, and Z. So for example, in the Claudia Lawrence case, it was a professor of criminology from the University of Nottingham, and it was a man who'd written a book about Claudia Lawrence and I like to have information because then I can be prepared, because I have to be able to respond. And, the problem with some of these channels is they throw you in at the deep end and they say, oh, come on our program. And sometimes it's just me, which is fine because I'm quite capable of talking. But sometimes they give you 4 other guests, but they haven't told you who the 4 other guests are. And then when I arrive and there's these 4 other guests, I don't know who the hell they are. I was on one the other day, a different thing, nothing to do with Sean Atwood, Ron Swanson, a different one. And there was this woman, I didn't have a clue who she was. And she said, oh, my brother, who's been in prison falsely, and da-da-da-da-da. I was like, what was your brother in prison for? And then you end up looking like a complete fool and an imbecile. So anyway, no, it's best to be briefed. If you're going to have multiple guests, you should share the information with the other guests of who they're going to be on the program with. It's pure logic. It's very simple. It's not brain science, is it? Let's be honest. Let's be straightforward here. I would never do such a thing to anybody. I don't know how to have multiple guests because, look, I can't even plug in a cable. Everybody wants me to have multiple guests. And, my technical person said, oh, you've got to have other guests. And you've got to have all these. Well, he's not here to set it up for me, is he? So how am I meant to do it? I can't even plug in the bloody cables correctly. So, it's like saying to Michael Caine, about blowing up a whatever, that's how bonkers it is. Don't put me in charge of the bus ticket. I'm not capable. I'm really not. So I can't do it myself. I need help. And it's very nice. They've got all these lovely people like Tina De Silva as a moderator here, and other people like my lovely friend Mario, who can get rid of all these troll people because, we don't want the nasty people in the room because they cause trouble. And thank you for helping get rid of all of those. Yes, there we are. And thank you. But I cannot be doing all the things they do because they have lots of people helping them. They've got people playing around with the buttons and and they use a thing called StreamYard. And I've tried to tell my technical man, let's have this thing StreamYard because that's what everybody else has. But I don't know. It's impossible. I can't be doing all that. Not capable. I do words. I don't do technical. Cannot do it. Won't be doing it. I'm not an internet geek, and I'm not going to be capable. But anyway, there we are. So there's now nearly 200 of you here. Well done. Thank you very much for coming in. When I was on with Sean and Lionel, he made fun of you. I don't know who Lionel is. Who's Lionel? Don't know. I don't know Lionel. I had no idea. Don't remember him. So there we are. Yes, some of the guests on some other people's programs I like very much. Some of them I don't. I don't like that woman that shouts. She's not very pleasant. I don't like her, and I'm not going to be on any more programs with her because she shouts. But I thought the lady today, well, when I read of her story and her thing about the horses, I'd like to talk to her about the horses, and I'd like to talk to her about her experiences on 7/7, poor lady. Because, I had a friend who died on 7/7. He was blown up. Not a close friend, somebody who was a pure acquaintance. He was part of a group of people. We used to all go to the same pub in the Admiral Codrington in Chelsea. And he was just a person I knew vaguely. I would not say he was a close friend, but it's tragic that he died. And of course, he's one of the many people who, the memorial in Hyde Park, there's one of those sticks that's standing there is for him. And, I met his mother and I thought, oh, lovely lady. And, she lost her son. Awful. But I did not know him closely. And I'm not going to say his name. I'm not going to go down that path because it's really too much. But that poor lady, she suffered and she obviously had a bad time. And she also had a bad time because she was abused as a child by Jimmy Savile. And I thought, my God. And on this channel of the Sean Atwood thing, they're not allowed to talk about the word, abuse, and you're not allowed to use this word. And fair enough, because he's very cautious, because he's running his channel his own way. And I will say whatever I wish. I'm not going to be silent tonight when I talk about Virginia, and I will talk about Virginia in a moment when we've got a few more of you here. Right. You don't like Lady Victoria Harvey. Nor do I. But I last saw Lady Victoria. I'll come to her when we talk about it. So anyway, have we any questions on some other topics? We've got seagulls flying in the background for the moment. And have we any other topics? Have you any other questions on other topics before I begin the program? Right, okay. Have we any other topics? Did I watch the Pope's funeral? No, I didn't, because I've been out all day. So no, I haven't seen the Pope's funeral, but I'm sure it was done in a very dignified fashion. I did think that the photograph of Donald Trump and Zelensky was quite an iconic photograph. I did see that because Piers Morgan shared it, and I will say that probably will go down as the photo of 2025, because what an iconic photograph. The two men go to a funeral of a pope, and then they sit there chatting amongst themselves. I realized they've got serious issues to chat about, but seriously, it's not a very good look to behave like that. You should be respectful of the situation you're in and go and chat in private, not having your photograph taken in the middle of a room with two silly chairs in the middle of a room. I didn't like the photograph. I thought it was very inappropriate, and I thought it was very wrong. So no, I do not approve of the photograph. There we go. Katy Perry went to space. Am I impressed? I'm certainly not impressed by Katy Perry going to space. Katy Perry is a complete bore. I've no idea who Katy Perry is. I don't know anything about her music. I think she's a musical pain in the ass, and I think she should put a sock in it. There are far more serious things to do in the world, and there are far better people. And remember that the lovely Martha Stewart, who I do know, not very well, but I have had dinner with her on occasion. And, she did go up into space many years ago on a different flight. So Katy Perry is telling a porky pie. Martha Stewart is a fantastic lady who came from a trailer park and actually has done good with herself. Okay, she's been to prison, she's had a bit of trouble, insider stock trading. So what, They did that just to make an example of her because she was rich. But Martha is far better than this ghastly Katy Perry. I don't like Katy Perry, and I don't care for this Lauren Sanchez. Who does she think she is? The plastic, not fantastic woman who's marrying a billionaire. Absolutely another Tamara Eccleston in the making. Ghastly, grim, and a grifter. No thank you to any of them. Don't care for them. So what? A bunch of rich people went into space, a bit of space tourism. What did they do in space? They didn't change the world, did they? They didn't go up there and find out something scientific. They didn't add to humanity. All they did was say, oh, we're rich bitches that went into space. Shame on them. They can bog off. Don't like them. So there you go. Yeah, you got your first bog off for the night. I wasn't expecting to talk about them, but I can't stand them. I think it's like Brenda from Bristol said of Theresa May, but calling another. She went, not another one. And that's how I feel about that bunch of women. They're not. They're not Emily Pankhurst. They didn't bring about the rights of the suffragettes, did they? All they did was be rich women we went to space. Attention-seeking Tamara Eccleston types. They should be on Loose Women with Linda Robson and Inglorious Hunniford. Awful, awful, awful people. That's where they belong. They should be with Fergie. And I'll come to her in a moment anyway when I talk about the poor fate of poor Virginia. So Anyway, there we go. So anyway, any more questions before we begin? It's 2045 here, 8:45. It's 7:45 in England. I suppose we'll have a few more minutes of questions and then we will begin with Virginia. And then, to cheer you all up, I have written a quiz. So don't worry, I keep writing a quiz every day. It does take me an hour and a half to write a quiz, but I do try to come up with some good questions. So it's a little bit hard at times, but I do. Will I be watching the boxing later? I don't think I'll be able to because I don't have a VPN, so I probably can't. But I did know Chris Eubank, obviously, from Blake's Hotel. I've spent quite a bit of time with Chris Eubank Senior. This is not Junior. He's a very strange man. He's very, very odd. He once took me around London in his Hummer, and that was a bit odd because he nearly bashed it into a tree. I wanted to get out very quickly once I was in it with him. And he talks with his lisp, and he's a very troubled man with his walking stick and his over-affected fashion. And he comes across as a very lonely, strange man, but I haven't seen him in years. The last time I saw him, he told me he was going to drive his truck into Downing Street and to the gates. And I said, that's not a very good idea. And then he did it. So he drove his truck into Downing, into the gates. The man is a little bit crackers, let's be honest. And now he's had a row with his son. His son has been fined $375,000 today, I believe, because he's overweight by like 0.5 whatever. Can you imagine that? You're overweight by 0.5, so you get a fine of $375,000. I saw the video of him trying to lose the weight by wearing some kind of jacket, whatever it was that he was doing. I think the whole lot of them are mad. They're all bonkers. But his father, too many bashes to the head, I would say. Cuckoo. Completely crazy. Cuckoo crazy. Anyway, never mind. Yes, Chris has been crying, has he, tonight over the son fighting? Well, yeah, he doesn't speak. They're not speaking at the moment, I believe. So, but I haven't seen Mr. Eubank in probably 10 years, so I don't know what happened next because I just cut off all contact. I thought the man was a bit mad, but I never met the children. And the wives have, obviously left him, and, he was living a very strange life. All that money, all gone. So God knows what the son's doing. And the son attacked the other one with an egg, and that's just... And the other one, well, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. Very eccentric is a kind word for him. Expialidocious, I would agree. There's now several hundred of you here. Thank you. Nice to have you all here. Right. Okay. Money can't buy happiness. Precisely. That is a big issue with lots of these kind of people. Money does not buy you happiness. Okay. Yes. So, right. Okay. Right. Well, I think we've reached a point in this time of this program where it's time for me to talk a little about Virginia. Obviously, I've been on another program today with a lady called Beverly Rhodes, who was a victim of Jimmy Savile, and she's a psychic, and she was also a victim of the 7/7 bombings in London. I didn't know that until after the program. Sean Atwood, the man who's been to prison, who does various different programs about crime, and a lady called Kirby Summers, who wrote a book about Ghislaine Maxwell. And, myself and others who I know did give her various information, and she's been very, very polite to me over the years. Very nice lady. Never met her, and never actually had more than correspondence with her. But she is a very pleasant lady, very thorough researcher, though I don't agree with everything all of those people stand for with regard to various stories, because they all have their own views. They're respectful and they're pleasant, and I was happy to go and chat to them. At the very last minute, I had no prepared notes, and I went on there to talk about the death of Virginia Roberts, Giuffre. Virginia was born in Sacramento, California, the 9th of August, 1983. She's 2 years younger than I am. She died today, the 25th of April, 2025, 41 years old, in Nevergaby, Western Australia. Virginia is somebody whose life was blighted by bad decisions on the parts of not only herself in some ways, because we're all responsible for where we end up, but primarily on the parts of others who manipulated and controlled and abused her. And it is a terrible thing that happened to Virginia. She was a mother of 3 children. She was married to this man called Robert since 2002. We'll come to him later. At the end of her life, she did run a charity called Victims Refuse Silence. It was a non-profit since 2015. It became known as Speak Out, Act and Reclaim, SOAR, ultimately. She did try to do good at the end of her life, I do believe. I know out of Ghislaine Maxwell's victims, 3 of the victims that I've spoken with. I cannot say I've had much contact with Virginia. I do not really know Virginia. I've never met her. I know one of the victims quite well, and I'm not going to say who she is because she doesn't want to talk about it. So she's the English victim, but that's all I shall say. So I do know a little about how the victims were treated and how they reacted, because I know 3 out of the 5, so it does give me a little bit of insight. These people all have behaved in a very similar pattern. I just don't know what this lady called Virginia, what she did particularly, because I never met her. So I've never met her. I have had one conversation with her, but sadly there won't be any more conversations with her. And it's important to remember that she should be left to rest in peace, and her family should be left to grieve in peace. I think that's a very important thing to say at this time, because quite frankly, this poor lady has been dragged through the mud enough as a result of certain situations. Anyway, what I would add is Virginia Roberts, recently has had the whole saga of the bus crash. The bus crash with her carer, and her carer was called Cheryl Sasella, age 71. They crashed a Toyota Highlander. The carer was driving the car, and the car crashed into the bus. It was a minor accident, and Virginia put up a photograph of herself in the car, with lots of bruises, and said that she had 4 days to live. And of course, the media went mental. Now, we've had the previous situation with Caroline Flack. Remember what happened with Caroline Flack when everyone got carried away, and look how she died. So it's very unfortunate that we can end up in a situation like this, where someone is driven to the end of their tether, that they end their life. And this is what has happened. Some of the people I've been speaking with today, of course, they believe, oh, yes, it was a grand conspiracy. This woman's been murdered. Da, da, da. Now, that's never going to go away. Of course, she's another one that's been what's called Epstein, because, of course, the likelihood was he probably was not. He didn't commit suicide. I don't believe Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. I will continue to say that again and again and again and again, because the man had no signs of wanting to commit suicide, and everything to do with this Jeffrey Tartalone and all the rest of it is proof to me that Jeffrey Epstein had no desire to kill himself. Jeffrey Epstein was an arrogant bastard. Let's be honest. He was a monstrous creep. I don't buy into all the grand conspiracies of him being this, that, and the other than he was a monster. Yes, of course he was. But he had no desire to kill himself. The lights went off in the prison. Da, da, da. This lady was at the end of her tether. She'd fallen out with her husband. She didn't get to see her children. She had a problem with her kidneys. She had all sorts of problems going on, this lady. Now, the people I was on this program with, they will dispute this and say, oh, no, you're completely wrong. She was end of life, or whatever they called it, because they don't like using the word suicide. I don't care. I'll use the word it is. She committed suicide. I don't believe that there's any grand conspiracy going on here. Let's be honest. This lady got herself into lots of problems, and she was very, very unhappy. She'd been through lots of problems, but let's go through what her problems were. That's the critical part of the story. So, aged 4, she grew up, she was born in Sacramento, California, 9th of August 1983. Age 4, she went to live in a place called Loxahatchee. I don't know where that is. It's in Palm Beach. It's obviously the wrong side of the tracks in Palm Beach. I've been to Palm Beach, very smart place, Worth Avenue and all of that. Mar-a-Lago, and we'll come to Mar-a-Lago. She had a troubled home life. Aged 14, she was taken in and abused by a 65-year-old sex offender named Ron Eppinger in Miami, because she ran away from home because she was very unhappy. He ran a thing called the Perfect 10. What an awful name, but it was a modeling agency, Perfect 10. And she was there for 6 months, and he was a nasty sex offender. So she immediately, at age 14, got associated with some pretty lowbrow people. Then at age 14, she went back to her father, Sky Roberts, who works as a maintenance manager for Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. So Donald Trump, why is Donald Trump not speaking out about this story? He employed the father. And then she became an employee of Donald Trump herself. She was a spa attendant. There you go. She worked as a spa attendant. Her association with Epstein and Maxwell began mid-2000, because Ghislaine came in and commented on a book she was reading while she was sitting at the desk. So Ghislaine employed her as a traveling masseuse, in spite of the fact she had no experience of such. This was a young girl. And she said, Virginia, she said, they seemed like nice people, so I trusted them. Because she'd met them in Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's club. So Donald Trump, why don't you speak up? Let's be having you. How many times did you actually fly on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, Donald Trump? You go on and on about Bill Clinton, who flew on it 27 times. And then we've got the lovely Hillary, the class act she is, and we've got Kevin Spacey and all the rest. But no, Donald Trump, oh, he wasn't my friend. I didn't have anything to do with him. Of course you did. And Virginia worked for you, Donald Trump. Virginia's father worked for you, Donald Trump. You flew Donald Trump on the Epstein plane a number of times. You claim you didn't go to the islands. You claim that other people did. Well, yeah. You claim that you were going to release the files. You released the information that I already had in 2019. It's a load of old horse shit. Everything that you have released, Donald Trump, is a pack of rubbish. And we want to know, Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison for sex trafficking people to someone. Now, who were those people that received the sex trafficked person? Because none of them have been sent to jail. Jean-Luc Brunel, okay, you can get a pass on him because he's dead. He's brown bread. He's completely, he suicided himself as well. I do think he was probably killed in the Paris jail. The nasty model agent scumbag. He died in a jail in France. Very convenient, that, isn't it? Jeffrey Epstein, who quite happily was, the cameras were turned off and boom, boom, he's dead. A man who was definitely not suicidal. He couldn't care less whatever he did because he was so arrogant. Another Jimmy Savile. And then we've got Prince Andrew, who paid a settlement for something he didn't do. He didn't do a single thing to Virginia. Oh, no. He had no admission of guilt. Oh, no. He doesn't sweat. And he didn't go to Pizza Express. He was at Pizza Express. So, there we are. He didn't go to Tramp, And he's got Lady Victoria, and we'll come to Lady Victoria in a moment. There we go. So poor Virginia said she trusted them because she'd met them at this smart place that she worked. I can understand this poor young girl. She's just a young girl, and someone gives her an opportunity to improve her life. She's been a runaway. She's been sexually abused already at the age of 14. So she said, I told them I'd had a really hard time in my life up until then. I'd been a runaway. I'd been sexually abused, physically abused. That was the worst thing that I could have told them, she said. Because now they knew how vulnerable I was. And that is why I think Virginia Roberts, Giuffre, whatever she wants to be called by the end of her life, that is why they picked her. That wicked woman, Ghislaine. Kirby Summers in her book, which I cooperated with her book. Alexis Parr, my friend, cooperated with her book. About Ghislaine. Ghislaine, the best quote in that book was from her father. He said, I have a beautiful daughter, and she's just like me. That is what Robert Maxwell said to her. And I've encountered Robert Maxwell, as you all know. And Robert Maxwell was a monster. This was a man who used to relieve himself off the top of his office building in Fleet Street onto the public because he thought the public that bought his newspapers was scum and beneath him. This is a revolting man who had fake names, who gouged himself on caviar, who used to use towels to instead of lavatory roll and then throw it on the floor and make his maids clean it up. He was a pig. He was disgusting. He was revolting. And I would say of the quote, a beautiful daughter and she's just like me, I would say it should have been changed to word, I had a monstrous daughter and she was just like me. And this monstrous daughter did not want to be abused herself anymore by Epstein because Epstein was a sex maniac. So she recruited this poor girl by charming her and promising her a wonderful life. and finding out about her terrible time as a runaway and being abused by this Ron Eppinger. And then she sucked her into her nasty little wicked world. What a monster, this Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell, people hated the Pendle Witches. They were burnt at the stake. I would say the Pendle Witches have nothing on Ghislaine. Ghislaine is 100 million times worse. Ghislaine Maxwell is one of the most vile people to have ever existed on our entire planet. The more I learn about Ghislaine, the worse it is. I never hear positivity about Ghislaine. Ghislaine played everyone. She hated other women. She had no friendships. Women were there to be, used and abused. My friend Christina Oxenberg, cousin of Prince Philip, she has nothing positive to say about her. And she said, I think that, and she tried to do things with her and she was very lucky to escape. Well done to Christina. Cheers to Christina, a lovely lady. Christina and I, we correspond quite a lot. And I'm in contact with a lot of people who are to do with this story, from royalty to my friend Princess Katerina of Yugoslavia, another one. She has nothing good to say about it. No, there's nobody of royalty with other than stupid Prince Andrew and that stupid bloody Fergie. And we'll come to Lady Victoria Harvey shortly, because Lady Victoria, seriously, Lady Victoria, I gave you a pass for a while. It's time you put a sock in it, you stupid bag. You're an absolutely disgusting person to pile misery on the suicide of the mother of 3 children. Let those 3 children grieve in peace, you disgusting, despicable stain on humanity. I'm not going to be kind to Lady Victoria Harvey ever again. I think Lady Victoria Harvey is an awful, awful, vile, horrible, wicked, malicious woman who only wants to profiteer. You had your threesome with what's her name in California. You'll do anything to be famous. You just want to be famous. You can go in your bloody GB News. Well, even they probably won't have you now, because you've gone too far this time. You do not insult people when they're dead. Have some respect. You disgraceful, wicked, evil woman. You're awful. You're ghastly. I put up with you at that party on in Christmas. Oh my God. And you were with that awful Arab boy who was an absolute pest as well. He's an awful person, absolutely vile, nasty piece of work. You go around with the worst people. You are the worst of the worst. And then you have a go at poor people like her, this Lady Virginia, who is actually somebody who is a victim of sex trafficking and has been paid out repeatedly because, guess what? She was a victim. It's been proven in court. So the first time it was proven in court with her was she had the defamation case again. Okay, I'm not going to go in order because I'm going to just I've got my notes. She was paid out in 2015 in a defamation case against Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell paid her several £million because Ghislaine Maxwell had defamed her. If Ghislaine Maxwell hadn't defamed her, she wouldn't be paying her anything, would she? So she was paid fairly and squarely. 2019, obviously the big payout. She was, after the Panorama interviews, she sued Prince Andrew. She was paid out around about £12 million, and further sums were paid to charity. Well, why would he pay if he hadn't done it? And equally, why would the courts award it? So paid fairly and squarely. He didn't appeal, nor did Ghislaine. She was paid after what happened with the 2008 case with Giuffre Epstein. Paid fairly and squarely. Sorry, this lady, they paid her out 3 times, and you're saying she's a liar? Well, She can't be a liar if she's proven it 3 times and nobody has appealed. Why has nobody appealed? If you get sued, you lose, and then you have to pay, and you still believe you're innocent, you appeal. Not one. Yes, she got it wrong, I will say. There was an instance where I believe she got it wrong. She went on about Alan Dershowitz, and she had to apologize. So she was forced to apologize in the Alan Dershowitz case. Of course, I know about, I've never met Alan Dershowitz, but I loved the film The Reversal of Fortune, obviously about a man called Klaus von Bülow, was a friend of my godmother, Barbara Minto. And I've had dinner with Klaus von Bülow, who's sadly now dead. But Mr. von Bülow obviously had a very controversial life, and Jeremy Irons played him in the film, and Meryl Streep played his wife, who was in a coma for 27 years, and it was a very strange story. And he was the lawyer for Jeffrey Epstein, and she's had to apologize to him. She said she may have made a mistake when she tried to allege that he had done things to her. So she did make one apology. There are other people like Glenn Dubin and his horrible wife, who was an ex-girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein. They were always on the plane. She alleged that he did things. Nothing has been proven. Bill Richardson, the politician, George J. Mitchell, the lawyer. Yes, there have been lots of allegations, but the court cases that she has settled, out of four court cases she settled, 3 of them she was successful. So there you go. Says a lot, doesn't it, really? I don't think that means that she's a liar. Let's be having the truth. So don't pick on this poor woman just because she was a little person and these people were big people. Why would they pay her? They could have squashed her with all their might, but they didn't, did they? They paid out because they knew. And then we've got Lady Victoria, Lady Mouth from the South, daughter of a diamond robber who lived in Monaco. Her father was a thief. He was a tea leaf. He went around stealing jewelry. She's a real class act, is our Lady Victoria, Lady Harlot, who had a shop in Mottcombe Street opposite Mottcomb's restaurant, my lovely friend Philip's former restaurant, which is no more because another greedy person from Monaco, this greedy people from Monaco can be a bit of a nightmare, has destroyed the restaurant, and now it doesn't exist anymore. So it's a great shame for all the people who used to like going to Mottcomb's. There we go. She had a shop there, and she was the only one who walked away with any money. All the other people, like Jane Blight, a lady who I know of, they were all left out of pocket. But she wanted her £20 back. She got £20 supposedly. You look up the bankruptcy papers of Lady Victoria's shop in Mottcombe Street. Then there was the successful film career of Lady Victoria in Hollywood. Do you know what film she was in? Nobody seems to know. She may as well have been in, A Bus Ticket. That's all she was famous for. Right, okay. So, anyway, returning to poor Virginia, what happened next to her after she met Ghislaine was there was grooming. The grooming began. That's what happened. And Ghislaine promised her a new life. She said, we'll get you away from Palm Beach, and took her to Manhattan, to Lenox Hill, to the mansion of Epstein, and the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, the Little St. James's Island. But first, she took her to Kennison Street, London, March 2001. And then there was a bit of a trip to Saint-Tropez, where obviously with Flavio Briatore and his nasty little wet witch of a woman, Naomi Campbell, one of the scummiest people on the planet, Blood Diamonds woman, a woman who stubs cigarettes out into people's eyes. And there was Bernie Ecclestone on the boat as well. And, it all began March 2001, London, with a party at Tramp nightclub, where Prince Andrew claims he was never there because he was at Pizza Express with his daughters. But an independent witness said, I remember bumping into him and stamping on his foot, and I felt very embarrassed. I've got quotes from her. I've written about her many times. Just a lady from Surrey who happened to be in the nightclub, and she was very embarrassed because she thought she'd caused a protocol error because she'd put her feet on a member of the royal family. So Prince Andrew was there. This is why he paid 12 million. It's all completely true. And the photograph is completely genuine. And as I said on the program I went on earlier, the reason I believe the photograph is genuine is not just because a photographer called Michael Thomas took 39 copies of the image, front, back, and time-stamped, developed on the 13th of March 2001. The event occurred on the 10th of March 2001. Virginia was wearing an outfit, an expensive outfit, because this is what these kind of people do. If they hire a hooker, let's be honest, or whatever they want to call them, somebody to be in their company who is not there other than to be paid to be there because they're paid to look pretty or to be used or abused or whatever they want from them, those people cannot afford the kind of clothing that they wear. So this girl had been put in an outfit. I've seen this happen with a certain family because that is what their staff used to do when they would hire a girl to come and accompany people for the night. So they have to wear something that's appropriate. So those clothes would then be taken away from them. It's a bit like when an actor goes to a film premiere and they're dressed in certain clothing because the clothing brand wants a bit of promotion, but it's kind of a bit of a different angle to it. But there you go. If that gives you an analogy. So there we are. So in the photograph of Prince Andrew in Kennington Street with Virginia and Ghislaine in the house which I got access to, which of course I did the story I'll come to that bit later. Virginia is wearing an outfit. In the photograph on Flavio Briatore's yacht with Bernie Ecclestone in the background with his head, it's the back of his head, but it's obviously Dirty Bernie because you can tell the coffin-dodging convicted fraudster is, he's got a certain kind of haircut, his horrible mullet, and she's wearing the same outfit. So it's pure confirmation that this is not a fake image because, you can't fake. These two images are not both fake. No. Anyway, I believe the image to be genuine because I've seen the handrail in the house. The handrail is the same handrail that is in the photograph. And then, of course, we've got the windows, and that's real. Lady Victoria Harvey believes it's an Irish body double. I don't know where she gets the Irish from, but, well, Lady Victoria Harvey is a bit... She's away with the fairies, that one. Anyway, she's been posting nasty things on the internet today about karma and all the rest of it and how, poor Virginia, that. And then she said, she's taking a step back from social media. Yes, Lady Victoria. I think, Lady Victoria, it's time you put a sock in it, love. You're not very bright. You're not very clever. You're not very nice. Nobody likes you, and all you want to do is make a bit of money on GB News. Well, I hope GB News don't give you any airtime, because even they should not sink as low to hire you as a guest, because what you've done is disgraceful. What you've done to that poor lady, and she's committed suicide, and your bullying is disgusting, and it's wrong, and it's repugnant, and I think you are a stain on humanity, Lady Victoria. And I don't care what all my posh smart friends say to me about how, oh, I should be nice to you, oh, you're not really doing any harm. You're a loudmouth bloody bitch. You are disgusting. You're filth. What you've done is horrible. Now there are 3 children with no mother. And it's people like you who bullied that poor lady. And, everyone goes on about Caroline Flack, and poor Caroline Flack, and now she was driven to, suicide. Well, didn't we learn any lessons from Caroline Flack? And didn't you learn any lessons, you stupid, moronic daughter of a convicted criminal, Lady Victoria Harvey? You are a bad wrong'un. You are a wrong'un. You're a shameful piece of filth. I cannot stand you. I'm furious with you, because it's wrong that poor lady has ended up doing this. She has been through hell. I will carry on with my story of what happened to her. But Lady Victoria Harvey, remember this. Your cards are marked, because you're a nasty piece of work. And everyone will be watching you. And if you carry on as you are, you're going on about your love of Donald Trump and your love of guns and love of shooting, whatever, you're awful. You're just a vile, horrible woman. Horrible, wicked woman. And I'm saying this to the world, and I've now got 300 plus of you here. So obviously I'm saying something that's relevant, because there's more and more of you coming in by the minute. So anyway, back to my book. I'm sorry, I've just dropped my page. Right, okay. So in September 2002, the wicked Ghislaine decided it was time to send Virginia to what was called the International Training and Massage School in Chiang Mai, which is in Thailand, or Chiang Mai, wherever it was. She was told to bring back a Thai girl, a specific Thai girl, because that's what Epstein wanted. And this is when she escaped. Virginia was very lucky at this point, because unlike some of the other victims, she had an opportunity to escape. And she did. So this is how she got away from them for a while. She was cancelled her return plans because she met an Australian martial arts trainer called Robert Giuffre. She married him, and she had 5 years of peace. She told Epstein that she was, and Maxwell, that she was quitting. And they got very annoyed, I think, at first. And then they realized they couldn't do anything about it. So it was like, who cares? Forget about her. Thinking that she'd be just some stupid piece of trash who'd clear off. Well, by March 2005, things changed again, because Palm Beach police began an investigation into Epstein over the abuse of a 14-year-old victim. This was nothing to do with Virginia. So Virginia didn't actually start any of this. It was another one, a 14-year-old whose parents got very upset that he was doing things to them at this Palm Beach mansion that's now owned by actually a South African couple from Plettenberg Bay, of all places. So Lady Min knows a little bit about these people. We've talked about them. Some interior decorator from there. Anyway, they're building a new house there now. But anyway, that horrible house is a monstrosity. So when this investigation began, obviously Epstein and Maxwell were getting a bit worried, like who's dobbed us in? So they called Virginia. I don't know why Virginia hadn't changed. If Virginia, I would have changed my phone number, but obviously Virginia hadn't. So, and the FBI eventually called, and then the Australian Federal Police, because by now she was living in Australia. She had 5 years of peace living in Australia. So it all began again, and all the trauma of the horrible thing began again for her. So 2008, there was the non-prosecution agreement. Epstein, without informing victims, agreed to a special thing. He had a bit of a silly little pathetic fake jail sentence. Peter Mandelson was calling him in prison, all of that, all that. I won't go into all that, all that. 2008 to 2019, there were the Jane Doe settlements, which obviously Virginia was paid by Jeffrey Epstein. She was paid a settlement in the lawsuit. She got around about $500,000 in the 2009 case dollars. This is at that time. She was settled as being sexually trafficked whilst she was a minor by Epstein. He admitted to this. He paid the money. So that is a totally factual thing. The lady is not a liar. So, all you people having a go at her saying this woman makes it all up. Well, why did he pay $500,000? Why did Prince Andrew pay? Why did Ghislaine Maxwell pay? Because this lady was a victim. You don't pay if you're not guilty, do you? You fight it. You fight and you fight and you fight, and you don't give up. If somebody accused me of doing something I didn't do, I wouldn't say, oh, no, I'm going to pay out. Why would you? Because once you pay out, it's like my friends who are in prison, this Mark Alexander. If he'd said, I'm guilty, my friend Terry Waite, lovely gentleman, who had a bag over his head for 10 years and was a hostage. He said, this man, Mark Alexander, he won't admit his guilt because he did not kill his father. If he didn't admit his guilt and say he killed his father, he'd be out of prison right now. But he said, I'm not going to do that because if I ever say that, then forevermore I'm guilty of doing that. And that's not what he did. So, and I totally believe him. I totally believe him. I believe Jeremy Bamber. I believe Omar Ben-Guet. And I do believe Virginia. Virginia was not a liar. I'm very, very sorry that it's ended like this for Virginia. But, in 2009, there was a settlement made, $500,000, and there were other unspecified valuable considerations made. So there were other payments made for other parts of the situation. Then, this is when Virginia changed her track. And this is when Virginia became troublesome and an absolute nuisance to these horrible, horrible people. So the 7th of January 2010, she had a daughter. And having a daughter made her change her mind. So she began to speak out. So good for her. She finally realized, she said, why should these people do this? Because they might do something, people can do this to me, they'll do it to my child. Anything could happen to anybody. So well done to her for bothering to speak out. I think that this lady was courageous and amazing. Don't you agree, Lady Min?
Yep.
She spoke out because of the birth of her daughter. Despite the risks against her and her family, she decided to speak up. So she spoke up about the Kinnerton Street photograph. And in 2011, she went to the US consulate in Sydney and went public against Epstein. She spoke out. What a courageous thing to do, because Jeffrey Epstein was friends with every politician, every powerful person, Clinton, Trump, you name it, Hillary, lovely people, class acts. And in 2014, she described the Prince Andrew allegation. She said at least 3 times when I was 17 in 2001, rape. Yeah, she actually said it. She told everybody that she was paid by Jeffrey Epstein $15,000 for the, I won't go into the incident in Kinnerton Street. And, I obviously later went into that incident. That incident involved going to a nightclub where they were witnessed in public together. He claims he never met the woman. He's so rude and arrogant. He was in a photograph with her. There is the thing about the bathtub, which Ghislaine lied to the FBI about, which I proved to be a lie. And I helped the Daily Mail do the story on that, and I was paid for that story. So I will give fair point here. I was paid money to write the story and help write the story. Nobody else came up with that. I wrote it actually in my own publication first, but the Daily Mail cooperated with me, and I was paid by them. So I'm giving mea culpa here. I proved a point. Sean Atwood went to the house, banged on the door, got the cleaner, got to see the stair rail. The stair rail is genuine. It's the same stair rail that's in the photograph. We've got so much evidence that this is completely true. Ghislaine Maxwell and her ghastly family. So Ian Maxwell said, the photos show conclusively that the bath is too small for any kind of sex frolicking. Well, I got the measurements of the bathtub. It's a full-size bathtub, so anything could have occurred in it. So what a load of rubbish. Ian Maxwell, a man who, a lovely class act he is, a number of delightful companies he's been involved in over the years, son of a man who stole £500 million from pensioners. Class act he is, isn't he? Ian Maxwell, pack of lies he is telling. So come on, Ian Maxwell, let's be having you. And I had that nasty Brian Basham, dirty tricks for British Airways. You're a class act as well, another spokesperson for the Maxwells. I proved you all wrong. So don't have a go at me. Anyway, the second time that the actions allegedly occurred with Prince Andrew were in New York at the Lenox Hill townhouse, the mansion with the horrible, the entrance had a whole artwork made out of the eyes of dead soldiers from the First World War, people who'd lost their eyes. So he'd had an artwork made out of that. That was how creepy this man was. That's how weird. And, he had a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress. The man was very, very strange, without a doubt. And this poor girl had been traumatized by him there. So Prince Andrew, allegedly, something happened there. That was another time. And then the third time involved an orgy on the island of Little St. James's, which featured underage girls from Eastern Europe and Epstein, as well as the prince. So there we go. So that's what is alleged to have occurred. There were the three incidents that led to the payout for that matter. So can you imagine that poor lady having to go through all of that? Now, some people will say she then brought in other people. Well, yeah, many people who are abused, once you're abused, you don't know right from wrong, and you do anything to get yourself out of it. So perhaps, I don't know. I don't know what that situation was, but there we go. That is a counterpoint, and that is a fair point if anyone wants to bring that up. I'm sorry I'm not answering any of your questions because I'm reading out, my points. We'll have a discussion after I've finished the points. I've nearly finished. So, okay. The next thing is she brought her lawsuit in August 2021 in New York over the such matters. Lewis A. Kaplan as the judge. She actually said at that time, she described in detail, Prince Andrew started licking my toes. So it's a bit like Fergie with the toe sucking. There's something about toes with those two. The toe sucking pair. He started licking my toes, between my toes, the arches of my feet, and then the non-sweater took her to his bedroom, to Ghislaine's, one of Ghislaine's bedrooms, obviously. Then there was the car crash, Emily Maitlis interview on the 16th of November, and that's what shifted the public opinion. So Prince Andrew really didn't choose the right narrative, did he? May 2020, there was the 4-part Netflix, Jeffrey Epstein, Filthy Rich. And then since then, obviously, there's been the bus crash with Paul, Virginia, and the bus, the kidneys, the drinking. Allegedly, she was medicated, DUI, she needed help. It was a cry for help. She had a cry for help. The malicious claim of her husband, there was going to be a court case. And as one of my friends said, the poor lady never had the time to spend the money that she actually got. She didn't actually get to enjoy it. She bought a farm. Maybe the farm was an area where she was going to find peace. But that's that. So, yeah, I will leave it at that. And let's have a few questions. Let's talk about the topic, because it's a very, very sad story, isn't it? The demise of a victim of such evil wickedness. And that is exactly what Ghislaine is one of the most vile people I've ever come across. I've met some pretty awful people. You know, she was evil. No, Ghislaine was not evil. Ghislaine is evil. Ghislaine is still alive. And Ghislaine is trying to appeal. Don't forget this. She's not very appealing, let's be honest. She's a horrible woman. You know, a woman who could buy a house called Tucked Away while she's on the run. She's just going, fuck you. She thinks she's above the law. She still thinks that Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew are her mates. And Victoria Harvey's writing to her in prison. Well, Victoria Harvey is not someone you'd want on your side if you were a sane person, is it? Victoria is a nasty, vicious, vile, vengeful vixen. I cannot think of a worse person to have as your advocate than Victoria Harvey. Seriously, are you joking? Absolutely appalling. Will I be writing on the subject? Yes, it's time I wrote an article. I've been told I must start writing again because I haven't written in a while. It's very hard to write because in the mornings I try and write these quizzes, and I don't have time to do everything. I can't do everything, so I've got to try and write an article. Yes, and I should write an article about this because obviously, you know, I am a bit of an expert on this topic, not out of choice, but because I fell into the topic. I just happened to be there at a certain moment, and certain things happened, and I fell into the subject. And, you know, the publisher who wants me to write a book about this, they're getting very annoyed with me because they want me to end the matter. But as I said to them, 2 months ago, I said, this story's not over. And again, look what's happened today. There's another development. There's going to be more. I mark my words, there will be a few more developments coming in this story in the coming days. So I'm not ready to finish. Everybody else wrote their books like just straight after the trial and get on with it. I follow the money. You know, the La Hogue matter is my part of the story. John Dick, Liberty Media, this crook who he is the one who laundered the 500 million. The missing 500 million is something, I feel for the pensioners. My grandfather came from a slum in Salford in Manchester. He came from absolute poverty. And my grandfather was so angry about Robert Maxwell. I remember talking to him at the time, and I was a child, and I'd say, why are you so angry? Because my grandfather was an ordinary man who worked hard, and, he looked after the people who worked for him when he had his business, and you stand up for the ordinary man. Don't let people bully little people, because if you let if you attack the little people, there's something very wrong with you. So, it's like Leona Helmsley. She said taxes are only for the little people. And this is why when he shouted at me, that Robert Maxwell, I didn't like him. And when she appeared, I didn't like her. And, I met her sister, and I didn't know who her sister was because she was married to the man with the birth control pill. So she was Mrs. Gerassi to me. She wasn't Isabel Maxwell. She was Isabel Gerassi. I didn't know who she was. I came across all these people, and I didn't know, I had no idea. But what filthy people, stealing from pensioners. That is an appalling thing to do. And that's why we hate Rachel Reeves, Queen of Thieves, and Keir Starmer, taking away money from pensioners. You don't attack pensioners. People who've worked hard all their life, horrible. And that is what Robert Maxwell will always be remembered for, stealing £500 million from a pension pot and then taking it, I believe, via what's called La Hogue, and Jeffrey Epstein was his assistant. I do believe this, and that's what my books are going to be about. My book is about something totally different to everybody else because I have followed the money. And I don't like what they did, and I don't like now what they're doing to this poor woman, Virginia, because now she has been driven to suicide. Now, obviously, every conspiracy theorist on the planet is going to say she was murdered, because that's what they did on the program I went on this afternoon. They kept saying it, murdered. I don't believe that. I'm very sorry. I believe Jeffrey Epstein was murdered, of course, because they turned the lights off and nobody was there and the security guards fell asleep. That makes sense. And there was a previous thing where he had marks around his neck. I do believe the likelihood is get rid of him. I don't believe this lady was killed, no. I believe she'd reached the end of her tether with the world because she couldn't see her children. She'd had enough of all the press. She made a mistake with her post and she got a load of abuse and she thought, I've had enough of this. I may be wrong. I can easily admit if I'm wrong. I only ever spoke with the lady once, but I do believe that that poor lady was dragged through hell from the age of, 7 years old, her stupid family, allowing her to be near pedophiles and abused and all the rest of it. And she got sucked into working at Mar-a-Lago where she met Ghislaine, who was a groomer, Ghislaine the groomer, who didn't want to have sex with Jeffrey Epstein anymore. So thought, oh, let's have her. That's what she did. That's what Ghislaine did with everyone. Ghislaine just couldn't cope with dealing with him. That's what she said to various people I've spoken with, including members of the royal family. Ghislaine did not know right from wrong for her own reason, because Ghislaine had been through a similar thing. Ghislaine was abused by her father. Ghislaine was allowed to choose the instruments of torture, if you believe Eleanor Berry, who was a patient of a doctor who I know. And Eleanor was the daughter of Lord Hartwell, the owner of the Daily Telegraph, and supposedly aged 9, she met her in Headington Hill House, the Britain's poshest council estate house that he paid £1 a year rent for, because he was a complete con man. He was very good at getting anything for nothing. Another of these con artists. I wouldn't mind a £1 council house, would you? Especially if it looked like that. He used to have parties there with Boris Johnson and Rachel and, all those kind of people. And Ghislaine would show up and show off and all the rest. But she was allowed to choose whether she was whipped or beaten with a shoe, or whether she was beaten with a book, or, whatever else she was beaten with. And Eleanor has written extensively about that in her book and how much she loved Robert Maxwell. There was nothing wrong with him, and he didn't steal any money from anybody. Eleanor is a deranged woman, let's be honest. But she excuses Robert and his beautiful daughter, and he did once say, "I have a beautiful daughter, and she's just like me." And that is where that wicked wench got her thing from. He equally was a victim. I will say, I do give him that credit. He used to sit watching videos of the Holocaust to try and look for his dead relatives. The man was grieving his relatives who were dead, but what he did in the war was actually appalling. I won't go into all the people he allegedly murdered as well, and the man was just a monster. Robert Maxwell wasn't a man, and he wasn't anything a mouse. He was a megalomaniac. He was an appalling, evil, disgusting, revolting man. So no, I don't like him. Anyway, there we go. So, any questions on the subject? I think I'll shut up myself. It's time for you to give me some questions. Ask me a question. Right. Ghislaine should have had more empathy for women, you would think, says Tina. Yes, I would say so, but Ghislaine hated women. Something there wasn't very correct. Was Maxwell friends with Clement Freud? I don't know. I can't answer the question, Connie, but probably yes, because they were, they'd have come similar paths, I suppose. Yes, I would guess so. Probably likely. Do I know Miriam Margolyes? No, I've never met her. I don't know what she's got to do with the story. I don't think she has relevance to the story. Was Maxwell an intelligence agent? Most definitely, yes. Probably involved in Mossad. He was a Soviet spy. He was a Labour MP. He crossed the borders of intelligence assets, I suppose. There's supposedly some amazing book coming out about, somebody very senior in intelligence. I was listening to a Radio 4 interview about it this morning, but I can't remember his name. But that's a book you should look out for. I believe it comes out on VE Day. But look up, I can't tell you the name of the person or the book because I was having a shower at the time and I wasn't really listening intently. Right, next question. Any more questions? You think that Ghislaine Maxwell was bisexual? Most definitely, yes. She definitely joined in with the women and she joined in with the men. And she did have a husband briefly called Scott Borgerison, who her own family didn't know about until she got arrested. So, she didn't even tell her own family she was getting married. What a nice woman. She's a very, very odd woman. She liked Hillary. Well, no, I don't know if Hillary liked her. I think Bill and her probably had a bit of a fling, and that may have been a problem with Hillary. That could have been part of the problem. So she did attend Chelsea Clinton's wedding. She's been seen photographed at that. So, yes. Beatrice asks, didn't Virginia state she was not suicidal? Well, that was stated many years ago. So that was back in 2019 or something, it may have been a different year. I can't remember. But it's not a recent thing. So it's not really relevant to the current narrative of what actually happened. So, no, there we go. Do I think Robert Maxwell could still be alive? I think that is highly, highly, highly unlikely, given he died on bonfire night, and I was in the car with my parents going to a party at the home of some quite famous people for their fireworks party, which is why I remember my mother said, "Oh, that man, he's dead." And after he'd been very rude to me in the past. And 1991, it's a long time ago. Nah, He was a fat heart attack waiting to happen back then. So no, he couldn't be alive. Even if some miracle happened and he'd been spirited away, he still wouldn't be. It's like saying, look, is Lord Lucan still alive? It's a load of rubbish. Certain people cannot be alive. It's like saying Hitler could still be alive. Robert Maxwell cannot still be alive. That's a very strange thing to say. But anyway, I think Mr. Lee Kicker is right. Maxwell is definitely dead. Yes, he's brown bread. Could Epstein still be alive? Well, I saw the photographs of him being taken away from the hospital, dead, brown bread. I believe he's dead, yes. Could he be alive? Well, they could have faked it, I suppose, but, could we fake anything? What can we fake, I don't think so. Shergar the racehorse, is he still alive? Is he running around? Let's see, he could be running around, couldn't he? Lady Men is not even waking up. She's gone to sleep. Right, okay. Well, thank you for your support. Yes. You think that Jeffrey Epstein could still be alive? Okay, right. Well, you're entitled to think that. I'm just not going to agree with you. Okay, next question. Right, okay. Right, okay. So, okay. Right, any more questions? Questions. They're all just comments. So, no. Jane O'Keefe says there's a guy working down your chip shop who thinks that he's Elvis. Do we think Elvis is still alive? In my case, I think your likelihood is zilch, zero, and nada. No thanks. Okay, right. The lists. You all want the lists. Okay, yes, well, the lists. Well, all those lists. Okay, I'll talk a bit about the lists. So the address book. Let's address the address book. The address book is not Jeffrey Epstein's address book. That address book is Ghislaine Maxwell's address book. The majority of people I know who are in that address book, who are English primarily, obviously, never met Jeffrey Epstein. They are people who knew Ghislaine, and they hadn't seen her in a long time. And most of their phone numbers were out of date. So that address book was just a thing that she created for him. And it gave him credibility, clearly. So that address book is the Ghislaine Maxwell address book. It's not really the Jeffrey Epstein address book. Anyway, some idiot was trying to sell the original that they found on the floor that was dumped in a bin in somewhere or other. They didn't manage to sell it anyway. I wrote about that last year, so look up that article. That auction house, they didn't do very well with trying to flog that load of old rubbish. It's a load of old rot. And then Donald Trump released it again, and it's all got bits of nonsense all over it. Yes, there are things in it that are very relevant. For example, I think for Peter Mandelson, there are about 18 phone numbers. For Prince Andrew, there's probably about 18 phone numbers. It's like that. For most people, it's just like a phone number and a fax number. Because, of course, people had faxes at that time. And, that's how it worked. It's not really that exciting a document anymore because it doesn't reveal who they trafficked people to. What we need to know is, Ghislaine has been convicted of trafficking people. Well, who did she traffic them to? Who? Let's be having the names. We want the names. And Donald Trump said he would release the lists. Well, he just released the address book again. Boring, absolutely boring. And where did Virginia work? You know, now dead Virginia, poor Virginia, deceased. Mar-a-Lago. Who was the owner of Mar-a-Lago? Donald Trump. Whose father worked at Mar-a-Lago, owned by Donald Trump? Virginia's father. Wrong. What was his name? Anyway, his name escapes me. Anyway, there we are. There we go. There we are. So, yeah. Do you think that Donald Trump is really going to want to stir the pot about all this matter? There he is in that photograph with Piers Morgan, which I think is a disgrace, with Zelensky. The Piers Morgan picture was shared. Piers Morgan shared the photograph. He wasn't in the picture. You're at the funeral of a pope, and you're doing that. It's not a political meeting. Didn't really like that. But okay, I know there's a bit of a war going on, but seriously, I'm bored of hearing about it all. Honestly, nonsense. So there we are. Anyway, you like me on my own show. Thank you very much. It's lovely to chat with you all. And thank you. Thank you. And there's lots of you here. So thank you very much. Right. Okay. So anyway, I think it's time to end the topic and to do a quiz. Let's have a quiz. I haven't I think I've completed my quiz. Okay, I can easily do it without the extra notes because we had to go out earlier and we ended up in all sorts of situations. So in Saint-Tropez, life is always very jolly. Let's be honest. We meet all sorts of people. And there was a lovely man here today with his yacht, the Corinthia, British businessman from Nottingham, Corinthian, and he was obviously here with the sailing yacht also, and there was some racing going on, so there's lots going on here. I don't know him, I've never met him, and but we did like the look of his boat, so we thought that was nice to see. So there we go. Okay, so anyway, is there anybody ready to help me with my quiz? Okay, right, my quiz. Gene Psychic can't do the tally. You're not any good. Well, I'll do it myself. I may as well just do it. Del Plummer will help. Okay. Well, Del can be a teller, as they say, in the world of politics. Right. Okay. So, question number 1: how do Americans refer to what English people call white coffee? What do Americans call white coffee? Right. It's not a flat white, no. No, it's not copyright. It's not a latte. It's not white coffee. No. Well, according to Giles Brandreth, it means, well, he's got a specific, I'm going by Giles Brandreth because Giles Brandreth is it's not a milky coffee, no. Nope. Yvonne Flanagan is close. White coffee. TMTB gets the point. TMTB, it is a coffee with cream, according to Giles Brandreth. And I stand by Giles Brandreth and Susie Dent of Dictionary Corner. Anything they say, I tend to agree with. That was their definition. So, in which year was the actor, my very good friend, Stephen Burkoff, and I'm going to be doing a dinner with him in London. I'd like you all to come along. I don't know the date yet, but I will be doing a dinner shortly in London. What year was he born in Stepney? It wasn't 1952, it wasn't 1954, it wasn't 1956, it wasn't 1967, it wasn't 1935. You're getting closer though. It wasn't. Claudia G gets the point. Well done to Claudia G. Claudia G. 1 point to you. It was 1937. Of course, Stephen has been in Beverly Hills Cops, Rambo, Octopussy, The Tourist, The Vikings, McVicar, which is about a friend of mine also, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, many different films. And Stephen is a very amazing gentleman who doesn't tolerate nonsense. He's a fabulous person. So I love Stephen Burkhoff, and he's great company. And he also doesn't like the abuse of animals. So together we stand up against people who abuse animals. So he's a fabulous man. Okay, for which newspaper did the extremely irritating, by contrast, Owen Jones become a columnist for in 2014? Which newspaper? Miss Marple says Guardian Telegraph, but the Guardian is not the Guardian and the Telegraph are two different things. So I suppose I can't really allow you. Phoebe G, you can have the point, okay, because you just say Guardian. We can't have the Guardian Telegraph because the Guardian Telegraph is two different things. Phoebe G gets the point, okay. No, I think that is the thing. Of course, he wrote the dreadful book called Chavs. He's an attention seeker. He's a whiner. He's a crazy Corbynista. Yes, that's what we don't like him. Okay, who did the actor Nigel Havers' grandfather, Cecil Havers, sentenced to death in 1955? Who did he sentence to death? Josie Muldowney gets the point. Josie is correct. Right, okay, Josie, we've all got 1 point so far. The entrance. It was Ruth Ellis. It was not Janet Evans, no. Janet Evans is still living as far as we're aware, but frankly, God knows why. Of course, Ruth Ellis was the last female to be executed in the UK. She lived in Egerton Gardens, Knightsbridge. She shot a racing driver at my friend's pub, the Magdalena, in Magdalena, or I don't know how you pronounce it, in Hampstead. She was a bit batty and a bit crazy, but that does not mean that she should have been executed, and her family are trying to get her a pardon. So I think it was Ruth Ellis was probably wrongly treated, I do believe. So there we are. Okay, so the next question. Who is Baroness Butler Sloss, the first female Lord Justice of Appeal, the aunt of? Who is she the aunt of? It is not Ruth Ellis, no. I'm not off the booze, no. Miss Marple gets the point. No, I'm having a nice glass of white wine. I'm enjoying it very much. But Miss Marple gets the point, of course. Miss Marple is correct, because, of course, Baroness Butler Sloss is the aunt of Nigel Havers. She ran the Diana and Dodie Fayed inquest. She's a crossbench peer. Of course, Nigel Havers' father was also involved with the Guildford 4 case and the Yorkshire Ripper case. So, you know, Nigel Havers has and of course, who has Nigel Havers recently played? His own grandfather in the Ruth Ellis drama, which I haven't seen because I can't watch any English television in this place because my stupid VPN doesn't work. Oh dear. So there we are. I don't know when I'll ever get to watch English television again, but I actually don't miss it. I love having the radio. I love having my Radio 4, and that's all I need. I love listening to that. And I have Radio Riviera when I'm in the car. So I have to listen to this dreadful woman who bangs on about Blevins Frank, which is some kind of, I'm not giving them an advert, so I don't know what they do. They do some kind of financial advice. They're a complete bunch of balls. Okay, in which county is the Abisted estate located? The Abisted estate. I grew up right next door to it in the neighbouring place. So, right, it's not Hampshire, it's not Essex, it's not Derbyshire. Tina de Silva gets the point. It is Lancashire, yes. It's in the Forest of Bowland, the Duke of Westminster, etc., etc. There was an explosion there and some poor people died. It was absolutely awful. They went on a visit to look at some water thing and it exploded. Absolutely awful. They all died. So that's what it's famous for. Okay, with which newspaper is the Ephraim Hardcastle column associated? Which newspaper? Ephraim Hardcastle. It's not the Telegraph. It's not the Mirror. It's not the Mirror or the Sun. It's not the... Yvonne Flanagan gets the point. So another new entry. We've got nobody getting in the lead here. Yvonne Flanagan. Okay, you get 1 point as well. Of course, it's the Daily Mail. Okay, with which scandal is Sir Alan Bates associated? Sir Alan Bates, what is he associated with? Also an ITV drama. That gives you a clue. Tina de Silva, now it goes into the lead. Well done to Tina de Silva. You get a second point, Tina. It is, of course, the post office. You know, Fujitsu and all of that and terrible things. Okay, who is the author of the 2025 novel, which was discussed today on BBC Radio 4's Saturday Live, Murder on the Line? Who is the author? He's a loved or loathed individual. He's a Marmite individual. Who's the author? It's not Irvin Welsh. No. It's not Anthea Turner. It's not Charles Brandreth. Murder on Line 1. Murder on Line 1. Sarah Haverson gets the points. A new entry again. Another one. Of course, it was Jeremy Vine, that king of cycling and all that nonsense. And I have been on his show, but only via telephone. No. My father can't stand him because of all that cycling nonsense. Talk shows, that's all he's about. Okay, what does the ASA regulate? What does the ASA regulate? The ASA. ASA. You don't like David Vine, I can go, Jeremy Vine, sorry, right. Okay. Sarah Haverson gets the second point, so well done to you. You've now joined first. Sarah Haverson is correct. Of course, it's advertising. It's the Advertising Standards Authority, not the agency. It's perfect, but you are close. What animal is associated with the brand Dulux? Just the animal. I don't know what type of a thing it was, but just the type of animal. Miss Marple gets a second point, so now we've got three of you in joint first. Of course, it's a dog. I didn't get time to check into all of this because we went to Saint Tropez, so I didn't finish by the time we came back, and we were very late. So, okay, in which year did the actress Helen McCrory sadly die? Because she was a very nice lady. Which year did she die? No, it wasn't 2022. Miss Marple gets a point, which gives Miss Marple into the lead with 3 points. It was 2021. Obviously, she was married to Damian Lewis, and she did suffer with cancer. Poor lady. Okay, in which country was Prue Leith born? Prue Leith. It wasn't Australia, it wasn't France, it wasn't India, it wasn't China, it wasn't Wales. Miss Marple gets a 4 point. So Miss Marple is firmly in the lead now. Of course, it was South Africa. Okay, now this is a contentious one that you may not like as a question. In which city is what is Victoria Beckham most often criticized for? What is she most often criticized for? And I have two options. Not her singing, no. The first correct answer is Jane York. Jane S. York. You can have it. Not smiling. She's always scowling and looking miserable. I'll tell you a story one day of our own personal encounter with her in the Gina shoe store, but that's not for now. Okay. Right. Okay. In which city is the football team PSG based? Which city does PSG play out of? PSG. It's not Peckham. No, which city? It's not country. It's not Barcelona. No. Hey Tigers gets it. So there's another new entry. Hey Tigers or Hey Tigers. I never know which to call you. You get a point. Okay. Of course, it's Paris. It's Paris Saint-Germain, of course. Okay. If you were laid off, what would have happened to you? What would have happened to you? You were sacked. Miss Marple, you can have a 5th point. Miss Marple is now firmly in the lead. You would have been made unemployed. It dates from 1916, according to Charles Bradford. I don't know why 1916 is specific to that phrase, but there we go. Laid off comes from 1916. There you go. You've learned something new today. So have I. Okay, what is LED an acronym for? LED. And I need the full 3-word thing. Right, Miss Marple gets a 6 point. It's a light emitting diode, yes. Okay, who painted the Scream? You know, the Norwegian painting that got stolen and all that. Right, okay, Miss Marple was first. Edward Munch. Yep, okay, you can have the point, but it should be Edvard. I should insist that we give full names in the future, but I'll allow it on this occasion. You have now got 7 points. You are well in the lead. Okay, what is Quest? Okay, what is Quest? A journal of. What is Quest a journal of? Quest. It's not a game. No, it's not a video game. It's not a computer game. It's not travel. No. It's nothing to do with space exploration. It's nothing to do with channel. Oh, I think you might mean Chanel, but I think you put channel. It's not virtual reality. It's not a show. It's not a TV channel. It's not archaeology or jousting or history. It's not Anthea Turner's cupboards. No, it's not the sea. It's not philosophy. No. Right. Okay. So nobody gets a point on that one. Okay. You all failed. Well, of course, Quest is the Queen's English Society. It's a journal about the Queen. That's what it was. So Quest was a journal about the Queen. There you go. So you've all failed on that. So you are all the weakest link, and you should be told goodbye on that particular occasion. Okay, your final question, but it's not going to change the winner, is what is the meaning of Cockney rhyming slang baked bean? Sorry, we have coughing in the background, so it's a bit hard. I'll have to repeat. What is the meaning of the Cockney rhyming slang baked bean? What is the meaning? It's not mean, no. It's not beans. No, Cockney rhyming slang, baked bean, means Keeley gets it correct. Keeley, a new entrant. Thank you, Keeley. Of course, it's Queen. So obviously, we have a clear winner. I'm sorry, we have coughing again, so I can't. I'm sorry about that question.
What can I do?
I'm not criticizing the lady in the background. I'm just saying I have to repeat myself. So baked bean means queen, yes. Okay, so we have in first place in our quiz, Miss Marple, who gets 7 points. 7 points, which is a very, very huge success. 7 out of 20 is good. We've had one question you failed to answer, which I'm very surprised about. I can't believe you didn't know that the Queen's English Society is called Quest. And thank you to Tina De Silva, who's just given me £2 for saying game over. That's very kind of you. I don't know why you gave me £2, but that's very kind. Thank you. And in second place, jointly, we have, Sarah Havison, who gets 2 points. Tina De Silva, who gets 2 points. And in third place, well, we have lots of you who are joint third. We have all of you, TMTB, Claudia, Phoebe G, Josie Muldowney, and Yvonne, and Jane York, and Hey Tiggers, and Keeley. So there you go. Thank you for joining in. You've all done very well with this quiz. So, right, okay, now, have we any more questions on other topics? So let's have some other topics. I'm not going to do any more quizzes. I cannot be doing any more quizzes because I haven't got any. So no, we can't do any more quizzes today. So unless you want one of the old quizzes, if you want an old quiz, you'll have to ask, but I don't think I can do any more quizzes.
Yes, you can.
I'm being shouted at in the background, but no. We have an early start tomorrow because we have an early appointment with the lunch. So we're going to a very civilized lunch with some very nice people. Yes, you want another quiz. You want another quiz, or do you not want another quiz? Because if you want another quiz, it has to be an old quiz, because I can't do any more because I haven't written any more. Because I do not get given time to write enough quizzes in the morning. And now I'm being told I must write articles as well. And I'm being shouted at by people from all over the place going, write an article about that one. So,
You did the quiz this morning, I know you did. Don't lie.
The person in the background is talking a load of nonsense because obviously she didn't listen to me just reading out the quiz that you've just had. So that was the quiz. So if you want another quiz, we'll have to have one that's very old. She's shouting in the background. Yes, there we are. It's a hard life. Yeah, no, it is a hard life. Right. Okay, well, if you want another quiz, you can have another quiz. But if you want one, someone's going to help me with the quiz. And, okay. Well, I'll need to get myself another drink first because, quite frankly, the bottle is empty now because we've had rather a lot. Anyway, it's a hard not life. You'll help. Okay, well, I have to go and open another bottle first. So I need a little interlude for a quick second because I can't just carry on with that. Well, I can, so I'll just carry on. I don't need another drink, let's be honest. Well, I do, but it'd be better if I had one. Anyway, after the day I've had doing all these programs, anyway, you know who's, okay. Well, we've got other things going on here. So, oh dear. Please don't go causing any havoc with noise. Thank you. Okay. Yes, it's a little difficult. There'll be noise in the background. So anyway, I will have a little break. I shall be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I should better go and I need a whistle. Yes, there is a need for a whistle. My friend Lady Roth, Jackie Branston, she has a whistle. She loves to have the whistle to tell people off. So I suppose I should have one of those too, but I don't have one. So a whistle would be a useful thing to have, wouldn't it? And then we could really tell them all to bog off. I did do these programs today about poor Virginia, and it's very, very sad. It's not nice that that poor lady has been treated in that way. You miss Finn. I don't miss Finn. No, I'm glad he's gone. He was a nightmare, another nightmare. I'll come to him another day. He's absolutely mad. Mad as a box of cut snakes. He's supposedly living with some mad woman now. So, no, but he behaved very badly at the end, so I wasn't very happy with him. So, no, no, the guy called Jono was fabulous. We loved Jono. I'm sorry about all this coughing noise, but she's not well. It's not her fault. She can't help it. Who did the Indian cooking? That was David. We liked him. Lovely guy. Yeah, I'm still in touch with him. Lovely bloke. Anyway, I'm just going to quickly disappear. You want me to have a whistle? Okay, well, I'll have a whistle. Oops, we did it again. Right, anyway, I'm sure you can still hear me, but right, okay. Oh, Lord. Good Lord. Right. Oh, God. Do it. Right. Here I am again. Yes, I'm back again. Oh, gosh. We've got so much to deal with. Here we are. So, yes, hope you're all having a lovely time. Yes, her bronchitis is not particularly good. She's coughing all night long. We tried to go to the emergency room, and I told her not to flush the lavatory, but of course she does. So I'm sorry for the flushing of the bog. Never use the word toilet, because people who use the word toilet are common. It's disgusting. It's a horrible word. Anyone who says toilet is revolting. I told her not to do that, but she wouldn't listen. So she's just done it. There we go. Right, anyway, yeah, never say lounge, never say serviette. They are two other words that are absolutely common. You mustn't say those words. Please don't use them. Just say bog, say lav, say crapper, anything but the word toilet. The word toilet is like, ew. Mrs. Brewer has done a program about such today, I believe. I haven't watched it yet, but she did send it to me, Liz Brewer. And Liz Brewer is a lovely lady and absolutely fabulous. She's the agent of Shirley Bassey. She was Ivana Trump's agent, and she's done many different things. Ladette to a lady, a fabulous lady, like her very much. She does that. So you don't like people who say settee. No, I don't like lounge. A lounge can be allowed in an airport because you have an airport lounge, but you don't have a lounge in a house. It's a sitting room. My good old go-to guide is Charles Brandreth, but he isn't always right either. I disagree with him on certain things, but it's not toilet paper. No, that's the incorrect Del Plummer. It's bog roll. It's not toilet paper. You don't say buying some toilet paper. That's disgusting. You don't say I'm going to sit in the lounge. It's horrible. Not suitable as a word. So, and couch, I can forgive couch. I don't mind the word couch if you have to say it, but it's not really a word I'd ever use. There we go. Okay, right. Okay. How do I feel about eau de toilette? Not that bothered by that. Not really something I would say. Everyone says couch in your neck of the woods. We're going to sit on the couch. I would say I was going to sit on the sofa or the. No, I wouldn't say couch myself, but you know, front room. Well, I wouldn't say front room because sometimes it could be the back room, couldn't it? So no, I don't get why people say front room. But you know, if you have a front room, you have a front room. So what? If you want to have that, I don't find that objectionable. You call it a living room, and in Australia we say lounge. No, a lounge is something one finds in an airport. So, sorry, Dell. Sorry, I think Dell's a lady. Sorry. Yep, if you want to call it a lounge, you call it a lounge, but I don't really. The morning room, well, that's a different thing. That's nothing to do with that. But a drawing room is probably more of an entertaining room. Anyway, we can go into the complexities of the details of language all we want, but I would say the word toilet is just common, revolting, and wrong, and should never be used. And I really, really object to it. I don't like the word lounge either. I think it's horrible. I think lounge is a really bad word. But I really think people who say toilet, I'm going to toilet, horrible. What's wrong with them? They must be thick. They must be born in a barn. You've got to be feral to say that word. Not a good word. No, the word toilet is not a word that should ever be used. And Mrs. Brewer is quite right to call it out in her program today. And I salute Mrs. Brewer for doing that. And Mrs. Brewer is a wonderful lady and a great friend of mine. And I think fabulous to her for calling it out. So I didn't watch the program full in yet because I haven't had time because I've been busy with, this matter. So I will watch it when I go to bed. I'll watch the whole thing and I'll see what she has to say about the word toilet, which I'd call bog. It's a far better word for it. Horrible word. And of course, it was invented, the item, by a man called Sir Thomas Crapper. So, if you want to call it the crapper, call it the crapper because he invented it. Name it after the man who invented it. So I don't see the point of going down this route of this disgusting word that is totally offensive. It's absolutely vile. And people who dare to try and excuse using it, it's not a toilet. There's no such thing. It's a bog, a lavatory. I think lavatory is the word that Mrs. Brewer would approve to use for it. I would call it other things, but obviously she is, Mrs. Etiquette. So we have to confer to Mrs. Etiquette. And anyway, she sent me her videos, so I'll have a watch and I'll come back to you tomorrow and I'll give an analysis of what my thoughts are on her analysis, because I probably won't agree with her because, that's how I am. I tend to have my own opinions. So there we go. Anyway, right. Okay. The restroom, the poop chute. There we go. Yeah. There's lots of words for it. Do we need to go to the potty? Yeah. Well, Giles Brandreth has a whole section. I don't know how I can find it because I can't be doing that right now whilst I'm doing this. He has a whole thing on the word himself. There are many different words you can call for the word of the thing you go to. The poop chute, as you call it. People say bathroom in America. Yeah. You hate bog. Okay, well, you might hate it, but I like it. I think I'd call it the bog because that's what it is. Right. Okay. Well, the Queen would say she was going for, what was it, an appointment? She was going for her appointment. So there you go. 12 o'clock appointment. There you go. People have different ways of describing this without using the horrible word toilet. Because the horrible word toilet is disgusting. It's a bad word. And a Jimmy Riddle, yes, you're going to spend a penny. You're going for your turning your bicycle wheel. Yes, that's a nice way of saying it. Right, you're going for a tinkle. I'm not going to say the word fart, but there you are. You wanted me to, so I did. You said you're going to spend a fart. You're going to shake your lettuce. Yeah, there's many different descriptions for this activity. It's very, there we go. Is WC good or bad? Well, it is a water closet, so yeah, you can say that. I don't have an objection to that. No problem. You call it the restroom. You call it the Irish Ferry. Okay. There we go. We're learning all sorts of new descriptions of the word for the lavatory. There we are. And Mrs. Brewer has made a program about some kind of thing about this. I don't know what she's made because I haven't watched it yet, but I will watch it. But she sent me this program, and obviously that's why this came up. Spend a penny is new to you. Well, spend a penny is a very... My grandmother always would say, "I'll go and spend a penny." That's what she always said. So I think it's an elderly person's thing to say. I don't know. Right. Anyway, the little girl's room. Okay, you'd be right. Right. You just say Lou. Okay. Well, that's fair enough. The poppy droopy doo-doo, as you call it. Oh, well, that's a new one on me. Right. Okay, well, I don't think we need to talk about lavatories anymore. Do you want another quiz or do you not want another quiz? If you want another quiz, you can have another quiz, but it will be an old quiz. So you'll have to put up with it. And if you don't like the questions and you remember the questions, then but it won't be this particular quiz because I think that one's got questions that relate to the one we've just done. You want another quiz, so right, okay. I don't know. It's very hard to find old quizzes that you might not relate to because they're not in order. I've got so many, I don't know. But I don't want to give you one that's recent. So I've got to work out the paper that's old. So, right. Okay. No, it's not going to be that. These are. Okay, we'll try this one. Let's try this one. I don't know if this is. I don't know how old this is. I have no idea because I don't write the dates on them. I should write the dates, shouldn't I? Stupid me. That's a mistake, but but I did have days where I wrote 4 of them at a time, but I haven't written any. I can't write 4 at a time. It's impossible because I get so much harassment. So I get disturbed, and I then don't have time to write even one because I didn't even finish today's one properly without all the notes, did I? So right. Okay, right. You want a quiz? So okay, who's going to help me with this quiz? Who wants to help me with this quiz? There's several hundred of you still here. Why, my God, at this late hour. Okay, you want to go and you're listening to the boxing, of course. I'm sorry to interrupt the boxing because the boxing is far more interesting. Chris Eubank Jr. Never met him. Of course, I know his father, but I don't know him personally. Never met him. And obviously, he's estranged from his father, and it's all a bit of a mess. So there we go. Okay, what is the married name of Lorraine Kelly? What is Lorraine Kelly's actual name? Right. Okay. It's not Jones. Right, Chris Eubank is, you call her McShyster, McTaggart, Farquhar, Janet Evans, Irritating, Doris, Lindsay Smith. Well, I will say I disagree with all you nasty people because, quite frankly, I think that the Queen of the Gobbledygook, Lorraine Kelly, is absolutely fabulous. She's a wonderful, kind, lovely lady. She may speak in a language that is impossible to understand. She talks in gobbledygook, as my sister equally points out, because my sister went to university in Glasgow and they all talk in a weird language up there. But I love Glasgow people. I think Glasgow, Rennie McIntosh, fabulous place. But Lorraine Kelly, she asks a nice question. She asks the difficult questions. She stirs the pot. There's nothing wrong with a bit of Lorraine. We like Lorraine. Sorry, I'm not very good at doing the Scottish accent. Okay, who did the former head honcho of Barclays, very relevant to our little discussion earlier, and JP Morgan, Jess Staley, send emails to referencing Snow White and Beauty and the Beast? Who did he send them to? It wasn't Robert Maxwell, no. It wasn't Fred the Shred. He was a horrible person as well. It wasn't that awful, ghastly Cilla Black. What a horrible woman she was. TMTB, you get the point. TMTB, of course, it was Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, of course, Jeffrey Epstein. Part of the web of deceit. Okay, what is the tipple of choice of the character Lillian Bellamy in BBC Radio 4's The Archers? My favourite character in The Archers, and I love The Archers, and I listen to The Archers every day. What is her favourite drink? Miss Marple gets it. Of course, it's a G&T, Miss Marple. She's played by a wonderful character who loves a G&T in real life also. So there we go. Lillian Bellamy. She happens to have shares in the local pub, of course. So, she's part of the Bull pub. She does own part of it. Okay, which London department store was sold to the Qatar Investment Authority by Mohammed Fayed in 2010? Which department store? The winner is Miss Marple. A second point to you. It was Harrods. Okay, who is credited with turning a single hamburger stand into the most successful global food corporation by revenue? McDonald's. Who was credited with doing that? What was his name? I need his name. His full name. I will only accept his Christian name and full name. I'm not going to be accepting, just half names. What was the name of the man? It wasn't Ronald McDonald. Daisy Wazy gets it. Daisy Wazy. That's quite a long name. Please try and have shorter names because it's easier for me to write down. If I've got to keep the point, Daisy Wazy is correct. Of course, it was Ray Kroc. He had a row with the McDonald brothers, Dick and Mac, and there was a big problem with a lot of them. But Ray Kroc was the one who went big. So, he did a Big Mac. He was Mr. Big Mac. Let's be honest. Okay, which toxic trash bag former Telebox presenter is associated with Gordon the Gopher? He's a person who upset my mum, so I really don't like him. Can't stand the man. Gordon the Gopher's associate. Philip Scumfield is what you say, David. Well, you're close. But Sarah Byrne gets the point because you've actually said his name correctly. I have said now that we have to have names said correctly. I'm only going to accept full names for people's names. So Philip Schofield, you are completely correct. He is Philip Scumfield. He upset my mum. He tried to steal my mother's water lilies. My mother wasn't having any of that because my mother is a champion gardener. So there we go. We don't like Philip Schofield, do we?
Don't think so.
No. Thank God he's been kicked off the TV. Okay. What year was the UK National Lottery established? UK National Lottery. When did John Major allow that to be established? Not 1998, not 1990, not 1987, not 2000. He wasn't in power then. 1996. Tina De Silva gets the point. Well done, Tina. Of course, it was 1994, because of course John Major ceased to be Prime Minister in 1997, so it couldn't be any time much later, could it? Which titled businessman, another one my family don't like, we do not have any great respect for this piece of rubbish, had a hissy fit over losing out on running the National Lottery? Which one had a hissy fit? Who got really angry and tried to sue everybody? Right, okay. David gets the point. Well done, David. David, of course, it was Sir Richard Branson, a complete, job-destroying piece of rubbish. He's an absolute awful man. Okay, which cake is associated with the Cumbrian town of Kendal? Which cake? Right. Josie Muldowney gets the point. Josie Muldowney, of course, you get the point. Of course, the answer is Kendal mint cake. Kendal mint cake was created by Joseph Wyper in 1869. It was used by Sir Ernest Shackleton and many other mountaineers, and people like my dear friend Sir Chris Bonington, they all swear by it. If you go up a mountain, you take a bit of Kendal mint cake because the sugar in it will keep you going if anything else goes wrong. So Kendal mint cake. It was an accident in how it was created. They just left a load of sugar and it all went wrong. And they came back in the morning and they found that this thing was made. So that was Kendal mint cake. So people loved it. Okay, what is former politician Michael Portillo most associated with in terms of his television presenting career? What does he mostly present TV things? Tina De Silva gets a second point. So we've now got Miss Marple and Tina De Silva in joint first. It's trains, of course, railways. It's not dogging, no. That's not a very nice thing to say about Michael Portillo, but there we go. You obviously don't like the man. So there we go. Okay, where do Prince and Princess Michael of Kent live? Where do they live now? They don't live in Neverlipiat, so they don't have their home in the countryside, which of course I've visited. And Maurice tried to buy. Weird house. Weirdest house I've ever been to. It was owned by a Labour peer, but no. Where do they live? Which palace? Okay. Hey Tiggers, you can have the point. Hey Tiggers, of course, it's Kensington. They live in Kensington Palace. Of course, there was a whole controversy over their rent, but there we go. Which character is the J.K. Rowling famous for creating? What was the name of her most famous character? Obviously, she's created a few, but right. Miss Marple gets another point. Okay, Miss Marple is now in the lead with 3 points because, of course, it's Harry Potter. He also created the detective Stipe or whatever he's called. Stripe. I've got loads of those novels and I've watched all the programs. Okay. In what year was the iPhone created? What year? When was the iPhone created? It wasn't 2003. It wasn't 1991. It wasn't 2001. It wasn't 2005. It wasn't 2004. It wasn't right. Phoebe G, you can have the point. Phoebe G. It was 2007 for the iPhone. The iPhone came about. Okay, who established the auction house Sotheby's in 1744? Who was the man who created Sotheby's? And he was a bookseller. It wasn't Mr. Sotheby, no. Nope. All of you are saying Mr. Sotheby. It wasn't Bunny Hill. It wasn't an astronomer. It wasn't Winifred Sotheby. No. Gosh. It wasn't Mr. Soames. It wasn't James Sotheby. It wasn't Alfred Knopf. It wasn't the King. It wasn't Samuel. Yes, it was Samuel Baker. So Sarah Havison gets the point. Sarah Havison gets 1 point. Okay, Sarah Havison is correct. Of course, Samuel Baker is the man who set up Sotheby's. I don't know why he called it Sotheby's, but he did. So there you go. I haven't got my notes on that. Okay, which actor played James Bond in the 1983 film Octopussy alongside my good friend Stephen Burkhoff, who was the villain, obviously? It was his 6th film out of 7 in a row in which he played him. So, right. Sonia Todd gets the point. Well done to Sonia Todd. Of course, it was Roger Moore. And my friend Stephen played the evil general, of course. So that was what he was. He was General Orlov. Oh, I've just given away my next question. So we won't have that question. I've actually just given away my next question. That was very stupid of me because I wasn't expecting to do this. Okay, what is the world's favorite beverage according to BBC Radio 4's Greg Jenner? What is the world's favorite beverage?
Tea.
It is not tea, and it's not Coke. No, it's not gin. It's not. Right. Okay. Well, Sarah Havison gets a 2nd point because it is coffee or caffeine. Who said of coffee, this Satan's drink is so delicious, allegedly? Who said this? He added, we should cheat the devil by baptizing it. That gives you a clue. Which pope? And it wasn't the current one. Well, the dead one. It wasn't Churchill. Which pope? Okay, I'll say which pope. The first coffee house was in Rome in 1645. It was used by a lot of students, and that was how it came about. But which pope? It wasn't Gregory the First. It wasn't Pope Janet Evans. It wasn't Pope Anthea Turner. No. Anthea Turner as a pope? My God. You really must be desperate. Right. Yes, it was Clement. Yes, of course. So Sarah Havison gets another point. So Sarah Havison now is in joint first. Right. Okay. Right. Who is Randy Gerber, the Tequila Casamigos co-founder, married to? Who is the founder of the tequila brand with George Clooney married to? Hey Tiggers gets the point. Where is Hey Tiggers? Have we got you? Yep, right, you get a 2nd one. It is, of course, Cindy Crawford. They got married in 1998. George Clooney has made more money out of his tequila than he's ever made out of acting. So that's quite a fascinating thing, isn't it? And okay, your final question. I don't know whether we may have to have a tiebreaker, but we'll see. In what year was the America's Cup sailing competition founded? What year? And the trophy is obviously called the Old Mug. It's the oldest competition in international sport. So what year was it founded? It was not. Right, okay. Not, let me look, go back. No. Right, Sarah Byrne gets the point. Sarah Byrne gets a 2nd point. So now we do have to have a tiebreaker question. Oh dear. I hate it when this happens because now I have to think of a question. Right, okay, I'll open my notebook. I'll open the notebook. Right, okay. Right, I know what to do. This is an easy one. I'll find something at the beginning of my notebook. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. Me find something. Okay. In which year did my father's wonderful friend Sir Trevor Hemmings die? Trevor Hemmings, the founder of Butlins, the biggest man in horse racing. What year did he die? Fabulous man. Butlins, Pontins. He was known as Mr. Cloth Cap. 2021, says Sarah. Sarah is now our winner, of course, because we got it. But no, we miss Trevor so much. Trevor was one of the most fabulous people on the planet. Such a kind man. Preston North End Football Club. Chorley lived on the Isle of Man, awful place, but he did so much good with horse racing. What a wonderful man. Absolutely the best. We miss our Trev. Trev was a fabulous, fabulous man. So good to the world. And, Princess Anne and him did a lot of things together. And I have to say, what a kind-hearted man Trevor Hemmings was. He did so much work for, the police and trying to help with, stopping crime. What a generous man. Butlins, Pontins. He was born in East London, the southeast of London. Self-made man. What a charming, brilliant gentleman. And we miss our Trev. So cheers to Trev. So there we go. Anyway, you won because of that, Sarah. So thank you, Sarah. You've got 4 points. We thank Miss Marple, who comes second with 3 points. Sarah Byrne got 2 points, and as did Tina De Silva. And there we go. So, and all the rest of you got, and Hey Tiggers, you got 2 points also. We've got Sonia Todd, who got 1 point, Phoebe G. We've got Hey Tiggers, who got 2 points. We've got David and Josie, who got 1 point, and Daisy, Wazy, whatever your name is, TMTB, and Lynn. So thank you. Thank you to all. Thank you for participating in this quiz. I think I'm not going to be doing any more quizzes. I've had enough quizzes for one day. I'm a bit tired of this. I can't do much more quizzing. But if you want to ask me a few questions, I can have a few more minutes of quizzing. And after that, I'm going to bed. It's been a very long day. Several people in my life have died today. So, it's not been there's a lot of death today. So I've got to process that. So it's not very nice. And I've got to think about it, and I've got to try and I don't ever get time to make phone calls. In the morning, I'll make phone calls because it's not very nice. But we're going out for a nice lunch tomorrow with some lovely, lovely English people. And that will be cheerful and that will be pleasant. And first, I'll get to listen to Broadcasting House on Radio 4, which I love. That is my Sunday morning ritual. And then, I'll catch up on the Archers if I get time. This is what you have to do in life. You have to prioritize yourself sometimes because, frankly, if you don't prioritize yourself, you end up going completely mad. And that's probably what happened to me the other day. You have to prioritize some of your own things. So tomorrow morning, I will listen to my radio programs. I'll write you a quiz, and we will be back for an evening episode. But now there's a noise outside. God knows what it is. Oh my God. I don't know. Anyway, there's beeping noises outside. It's probably the car. Because the stupid car has got a window that won't close. So if I don't go and throw a blanket over it, it'll probably not shut up. Anyway, there we go. So, anyway, it stopped. So I don't know what that was. Perhaps it was something else. But no, I have to throw some kind of blanket over the car because if I don't, the car will end up being completely drenched in water, and that won't be a good idea. Right. Okay. Well, have we any more questions before I go? Yes, you're all leaving now, so I understand. I don't blame you. Everyone is amazing, and Tina De Silva, you are an absolute star for managing and helping and doing all of this. You've been absolutely great. Thank you, Tina. You're a lovely, lovely person. I hope to meet you in London, and it'd be great to meet you. Right. Okay. So, any questions before we go? No, it's not upstairs. No. It's I don't know when it stopped. So God knows. It's probably just the local security guard driving around being a pest because that's what they do in this place. They like to be like Coronation Street in this place, so they're probably making beeping noises just to be irritating. I don't know. No idea, but there was a beeping noise, but I don't know, it stopped. So thank God. Thank God for that. So anyway, you'll meet me in the toilet. No, you won't, because I don't go to toilets. So there you go. No, thank you. You can take your toilet wherever you want and shove it up your jumper, because I don't like the word. It's an inappropriate word. It's not a word that should ever be used. It's totally wrong. So no, I'm not into that. So bang, bog off with that. So I really, really hate that word, and I will campaign against that word and its use because it's disgusting. It's a disgusting word. It's totally wrong. And you want to meet, you want the Victoria Beckham story. Okay, so Victoria Beckham. Okay, I can give you that. That's easy peasy. Absolutely easy peasy. Why not? I'll have a bit more wine. Why not? Tiny little bit. And then I'm going to bed and I'm going to have water, but I didn't actually manage to buy any water. I forgot because I love my Pellegrino and I love to have that because it's good for me because it's got some minerals in it. Oops, I shall have to get some Pellegrino tomorrow, which I can easily do in the morning. Anyway, yes, Victoria Beckham. I was at university. My mother was visiting from New York because America, where she was working, and my mother likes to go to a certain shoe shop in Sloane Street. I won't name it because why should we give them all the publicity? And we were in the shop, and we were sitting in there, and my mother was buying these shoes and whatever. And there were other people buying shoes, and they all had champagne and whatever, as they do in these kind of ridiculously overpriced shops. And suddenly the door opened, and in walked this car. This car had pulled up, this Mercedes van, one of those horrible, ugly Viano van type things, or whatever they're called. Blacked out windows, all the rest, and now get, electric door, the kind of thing Tamara Eccleston owns, because she goes around in an equally ugly looking vehicle. There's a woman in this street who drives a taxi. She has one. Hers is silver, but hers is not quite as upmarket as theirs. And out gets Mrs. Beckham, her mother, I believe, and her sister, and they walked in and they said, "Clear the shop!" And the shop people said no. So she had a temper tantrum and tried to get out, and she smashed the door of the shop into a poor customer. And of course, the paparazzi were already there, taking pictures, and it all ended up in the Mirror. And obviously, her drivers weren't outside, so she went mad. She went completely mad. That was my only ever encounter with Victoria Beckham. But she's a sour puss. She's a misery. She's a nasty piece of work. And, shouting, "Clear the shop." Seriously, grow up, you stupid woman. It's a shopping expedition to buy some stupid, expensive, overpriced shoes. And, my mother, I said, my mother hasn't been back to that shop ever since, I don't think. Because my mother said, "I don't think I want to be involved in such incidents." And she was quite right. And my mother is a very forgiving person and very left-wing and not like me. My mum is a total lefty, and she's not got my political views. Of course I hate Brexit, and my mum hates Brexit too, but we don't agree on much else politically. My mother is, my father is like, oh God, what's she going to come out with next? In the past, they do get on, they do speak now, they are civilized, they are divorced, obviously. Long divorced, because my father's married to someone else. My mother was married to someone else, but my mother's now divorced from somebody else. So there you go. I don't really need to get. Why am I going into my family history? Load of rubbish. It's absolutely boring to anybody. But there you go. Yeah, my lefty mum really. The incident with Victoria Beckham, not very positive. No, we did not leave the incident feeling positive about her. And then the Mirror newspaper ended up covering the story because obviously every paparazzi was outside the shop. So, well, there we go. Anyway, we weren't mentioned, thank God. But there we are. So, I've got plenty of other good stories to tell in my life, but Victoria Beckham, sour-faced old cow, I'd say. What would you say about Victoria Beckham?
Rubbish.
Lady Min in the background says she's a load of rubbish. That's her view. My mum was a little more forgiving. She just said, why is the lady so upset with life? Given all that she's got, she should be grateful. My mother was very forgiving with her. But it was horrible. She slammed the door into someone's face. She's vicious. Well, she was then on that occasion, but I don't know. I've never seen her since, so I don't want to meet her or her stupid husband. I think he's a bit of a wuss, a bit wet. And his children, well, ghastly, awful people. Not my kind of thing, but there you go. You think that she's an alcoholic? She's the modern day version of Cilla Black. Yes, well, that's a possibility. She was a bit of a pain in the arse by the end. Yeah, she was a singer who became a total nuisance. Yeah, she isn't. Yeah, there's definite parallels. Definite parallels between the two of them. Yes, she's like Meghan. Yes, definitely. They've all got the same qualities, haven't they? These ghastly women. Awful, awful. You think she's an alcoholic? Oh. I don't know what the evidence for her being an alcoholic is, but I haven't seen her being an alcoholic. But she's rude. No, you can't accept rudeness. No, I agree with you. She's very, very rude. Awful woman. And so was that Cilla. Oh my God, she was very, very rude. Awful. Ghastly, low-class women. Yes, yes. And this is all coming from women. It's amazing, isn't it? It's actually interesting to hear that women condemn these awful women more than men condemn them. And I'm one of the few men who condemns these horrible, loose type women. Awful. Right. She's too big for her boots. Yeah, there you go. Cilla was smiley. Okay, well, she smiled. Okay. Yeah, well, she had Graham, didn't she, for a quick reminder? Let's remember that. What was his name, Graham? I think it was Graham. Here's our Graham with a quick reminder. That's what she used to come out with, but I couldn't. Obviously, that's not a Liverpudlian accent, but that's what she said, something like that. Right, okay. Cilla only smiled because she had such stupid, huge teeth that were fake. Yes, they were fake. Yes. Totally correct. Okay. Beckham smiled at King Charles. Well, she would, wouldn't she? Because she felt the need, because they want a title. They haven't been given a title, and that's what they're after. She wants to be Lady Beckham. That's all she cares about. And he can't get it for her. And after his little scandal with old, what's her name? Luce. that woman that he had the affair with, who also had an affair with James Hewitt, who used to live, he was always hanging around in PJ's Fulham Road and the hair salon called Harry's in London and all of that. You know, she was always around the Brompton Road area. Rebecca Luce. Yeah, she was, she was everywhere. She came to the brasserie. She was in the Harry's hair salon. She was in the other one, and she, had been having a little fling with old David because she was the PR woman and all the rest. Awful. And then she did that program where she did things to a pig. My God, that woman was mad. And I did listen to her podcast with a man called James English. Oh my God, disgusting. Don't listen to it. I had to listen to it so you don't have to. So I've saved you that. So, she comes from a very grand family. Oh yes, diplomats and all the rest of it. And she did things to a pig. Oh my God.
Better than Markle.
But I don't think you'd think so if I told you what she did in the background. No, let's not go down the route of what Rebecca Luce did to a pig, because Rebecca Luce playing around with a pig was not a very pleasant experience to anybody on the entire planet. But I think history should forget Rebecca Luce. It might be the word lose might be better forgotten. Let's say that. Let's leave it at that. Yes, the abuse of a sausage, precisely. Right, okay, that's an easy way of describing it. You don't like James English. Well, he has been charged with various things. I've never met James English. I've never spoken with him. I don't know him. Obviously there have been rows between other presenters who I associate with and have done programs with, and this man called James English, just like with Andrew Tate. I think this Andrew Tate is the scum of the earth and filth. I don't know enough about this James English, but he has been charged or has been arrested or whatever with various criminality. So I'm very glad I never met him either. I don't want to be linked with such people because they're not suitable for my thing. I do my own thing, and as you all say to me tonight, you like me doing my own thing, and that is much better. I didn't mind doing this program today because that poor lady has been through hell. What an amazing lady. She survived the 7/7 bombing. She was blown up in an underground train. And she was also abused by Jimmy Savile. So to go through such things, and to survive and to then carry on is well done to her, Beverly. Beverly Rhodes is her name. I salute you, Beverly Rhodes. What an amazing lady you must be that you actually speak out. I don't buy into all your psychic things because obviously that's what you do. That's your work, but I'm not into psychic anything because I don't believe in star signs and all of this. And yeah, but you seem like a very nice lady, and I'm very, very sorry for what you've been through. What an awful thing that you've been through, and well done for you for speaking out. And as for you, Kirby Summers, Kirby, it was great to chat with you again today on that program because Kirby, you and I have corresponded for many, many years since the Ghislaine whole thing unraveled, and you are a brilliant researcher and you find brilliant evidence. So wonderful to be back in touch with Kirby Summers. So no, it was no bad thing to go on that program. I respect these two courageous ladies who speak out. Virginia's life has been taken because Virginia was bullied. And I hope now the world starts to learn some lessons and to say, people like that, it's time the media stopped bullying such people. She's just a lady who spoke out, but you destroyed her life. You took her life away. Yes, there are elements that she got wrong, of course, but this would never have happened if you hadn't handled it in the way you did. So a lot of you have got a lot to answer for. I will say, there was no need to drive this lady to kill herself. And I think it's very, very, very wrong. And I say, may Virginia Roberts Giuffre, or whatever her name was by the end, because I don't know if they are married or divorced, rest in peace. May she have some peace now. And may we realize that in the future we should treat people a little better, because there was no need for this victim of the evil bitch, the evil fucking cow, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the evil monstering paedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, and the evil, horrible, disgusting scumbag who paid her money, Prince Andrew. Why should we have this ever again? And as for you, Fergie, well, you were paid money by Epstein, so did you ever repay it back to love? Let's be having you. Let's know if Fergie paid back the money she took from Jeffrey Epstein. She's never ever declared whether she paid it back. So come on, Fergie, you special one. And now you're going to be on Loose Women and paid £3,000 an episode. Are you going to pay it back with that? Because we know what you'll be getting. You'll be getting £3,000 an episode, from what we're told. So we want to know: are you going to use the £3,000 an episode to repay the money you took from Jeffrey Epstein? Let's be having you, Fergie. You said no comment when you were last asked. I say no. The word comment is superfluous because you never paid, did you? But let's be having you. Okay, you've given me $5. Thank you, Jen Wilson. That's very kind of you. I've been given $5. I declare what I'm given. Here we go. Someone's just given me $5. That's very kind, Jen Wilson. You said it's a great broadcast. Okay, well, thank you very much. I don't know why you gave me $5. I don't know what I've done to deserve $5, but cheers to you. That pays for a gin and tonic, I suppose, at some point. Thank you for your donation. No, it's very kind. Anyway, I think you think I'm wonderful. Okay, that's very, very kind. Now, I'm just speaking the truth. I'm just giving an honest analysis in this situation. I think somebody has to speak up for the truth. And the truth is that Fergie is a disgrace. She is a national embarrassment. She's bringing shame on our king. Our king is no bad person, but he is stupid, and stupid to allow an idiot brother of his and that stupid woman to be at that Easter service. That was a very, very bad move on his part. I was very disappointed about this. I just thought it was very silly. But it's his choice. He's the king. He can do what he wants. It's not, I can't be telling anyone what to do, but I would say my judgment is this is not an acceptable course of action. It would not be an acceptable course of action. The Queen would never have done such a thing. She stripped the revolting man of his title. he should never be allowed back. He should be thrown into the wilderness. And the king is just playing around in the woods because and that stupid moron, that silly bitch from the Daily Mail, that idiot creep, Sarah Vine. I cannot stand her. The horrible wife of that weirdo Michael Gove, who's a right old, we know what he's up to, fruitcake. She said, "Oh, he's just a member of the family. He should be allowed to go to a service." No, he's disgraced. He had his titles removed. He should be not seen in public. He should be thrown in the cellar. You stupid woman, Sarah Vine. You are the most stupid idiot on the fucking planet, you idiot woman. You should bog off and shove it up your jumper. You're appalling. I can't stand that woman. And, look at her husband. What a freak. One of the worst of the Conservative government. Oh, my God, that Michael Gove, that bog-eyed weirdo. Weird fruitcake he is. Awful, 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 awful man. He's like the modern-day version of David Mellor. Oh, my God. You wouldn't want either of those two around. And as for that Vine woman, oh, God, her column, she's vitriolic and evil. She's vicious and vile. There's nothing redeeming about the Vine. She's like the tomatoes growing in this garden behind me. She won't ever grow because she won't ever thrive because the birds will have eaten her because she's so vitriolic and bile filled. So she's finished before she even starts. What a creep. Oh my God. I can't stand the woman. She's one of the worst. Though she's like a slug. Yes, Mellor is like a slug. Yeah, he's definitely a slug. Well said. Tina De Silva agrees with me about Vine. Yes. Mellor was a freak. Yeah, I totally agree. I couldn't stand that David Mellor. Oh my God. Every time I used to see him in Sloane Square, oh my God, I'd cross the road. You don't want to be on the same side of the road as that piece of... And that awful Penny Cobham, that awful woman, Lady Cobham, who we went around with, the one after he ran off from his wife. Absolutely ghastly cow as well. They're a wicked bunch, this whole lot of these people. All they do is they're just like slugs. As you say, he was like a Mellor the slug. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Mellor the slug. He was a freak. Right, okay. You don't like Camilla. You don't like Diana. You like Diana. Okay. Well, we'll all have to disagree to agree and whatever. We won't agree on that. Right. Okay. Okay. I don't know which program we're talking about. Matt Hancock. You didn't like him. No, I don't blame you. Awful. My sister, who worked for the hospitals, can you imagine being a doctor and working through that and having to put up with that revolting thing? He was a disgrace. Shame on him. Matt Hancock, absolutely awful. Ghastly person. I hope he ends up in Siberia. I don't know where he is now, but what a piece of rubbish. Ghastly. Okay. You don't like Camilla and Charles? Okay. Well, I do, so we won't be agreeing on that. Right. You're getting on to Matt Hancock again. Right. Okay. Well, we don't need to go down the route of who we hate in the royal family and Matt Hancock and all that and Boris and I really
don't. Camilla.
I don't want to have comments about all that. It's boring. Let's have another topic. If you want another topic, you can have another topic. Otherwise, I'll end the program. I think it's better. I don't think you don't like Diane Abbott. Okay.
Like Diana. Hates.
The moron in the background is being very silly because she thinks we're talking about Diana. We're talking about Diane Abbott.
Oh, God, hates her.
Now she says she hates her too. Oh dear. Anyway,
Rubbish.
no one likes Diane Abbott. Diane Abbott could not even put on a left shoe on her right foot. You know, that's what she does. She's the thickest village idiot. She once blocked me on Twitter. I don't know if I'm still blocked by her on whatever it's called now, X or something. No, Diane is a bit of a hypocrite. Yeah, you know, her son his godfather is, of course, Jonathan Aitken, who was a Conservative MP who went to prison. Jonathan is a vicar now. He bit a policeman's nose. She sent him to a private school, but nobody else is allowed to go to a private school. You know, this is what Diane Abbott's all about. Diane Abbott is is the biggest hypocrite on the entire planet. Diane Abbott has not a moral ounce of nous in her body. Diane Abbott, the village idiot. She's very good at calculating the number of police officers also. She thinks a police officer costs 30 pence. She's really clever, is our Diane. And she's still in Parliament. God only knows why the people of Hackney continue to elect this village idiot. But, well, she's obviously somehow bamboozled them into trusting her because she's thick. She's the thickest person in Parliament, I would say. She thought a police officer cost 30 pence per year.
Oh.
Diane Abbott. That's Diane Abbott. What's my thoughts on Jeremy Corbyn? I'm not a great fan of Jeremy Corbyn. No, it's certainly not. Do you think I look like a Corbynista? Me in my, cashmere type jumpers and all the rest of it. I don't think Jeremy Corbyn would approve of my clothing, for a start. I don't think he'd approve of my drinking number 3 gin and all the rest of it. I think Jeremy Corbyn is a bit of a, socialista. But I bet you in secret he drinks the best. I bet you he's on the old Chablis himself. I bet he's a complete hypocrite. His old Corbynista. Typical champagne socialist. He's probably on the Petrus. Who knows what he's on? He's an absolute hypocrite, isn't he? We don't like him, and I cannot stand his little sidekick. That fabulous little Owen Jones. Not into Owen Jones. No, I don't like Owen.
Well, you got the bottle there.
She's shouting at me in the background. She's already got wine. She doesn't need any more.
I haven't got any.
You have. You've got wine in the glass. Oh, God. She's shouting for wine. I'm trying to do the program, and now we're getting all the coughing noise because this is what we get. Oh, my God. This is what happens when we don't get wine. Oh, my God. I'm trying to talk. It's ridiculous. You're ruining my program.
As normal. Nothing new.
That's enough for now. I do apologize, viewers. Yes, the coughing is starting again just because, this is what happens.
I need liquid in my throat.
It's nothing to do with liquid in the throat. It's just a protest of stupidity. Anyway, I'm trying to talk to you. So anyway, right. Okay, let's have some questions and then we'll finish this program because I can't do any more. This is time to go to bed. I've got to deal with all the other issues that have got to be dealt with before I go to bed. There we go. Has she tried a spoon of honey? Well, no.
Yeah, the honey, The honey in the water and the lemon juice. Doesn't give me any of that.
I give her plenty of cough medicine. She won't drink it. She won't have it. So she just ignores it. I give her vitamin C drinks. I give her all sorts of things. I've tried everything, but it's all rejected. All that's wanted is wine. So let's not go there. So let's not go down this. Can we talk about a different topic, please? Because I don't want to talk about this. I'm really bored of it. So, I've had enough, and I don't want to go back into depression because, quite frankly, the other day I was so depressed, and you all saw me have a complete breakdown, and everybody knows how depressed I am, and I can't do any more of this. So please, can we talk about something else? I don't need to talk about that. Okay. Thank you very much for your kindness. Yeah, she likes to shout in the background, but she doesn't contribute in that sense. So let's not go there. I want to talk about topics that are relevant to my readers and viewers, and not that. Okay, I really am bored of that. It's not helping me, and I know it's making me ill, and it's not making me better. So it must stop. I don't want to talk about it. I talk to my friends, my personal friends, and they're trying to help me. So yeah, and when we can go to various places and deal with matters, that's how we will deal with this. But I don't want to talk about this on a Saturday evening because it will make me even more upset, and I won't even sleep like I didn't last time. So please don't go on about it. It's no interest to me, and I don't need her shouting at me either. So yeah, let's talk about something else. Thank you. Thank you for your kind patience. It's very kind. Thank you for being good people who just put up with all this crap. Let's be frank. It's awful that you have to put up with my stupid life and my stupid nonsense when we're trying to talk about serious issues. So let's talk about something else. Okay, let's have a different topic. Something fun. Give me a fun topic. Let's have something else. Thank you. And Tina says, we love you. Okay, that's very kind of you, Tina. That's very kind. But let's have a topic. I need a topic. I don't want, let's keep it light. Okay. No, something, I don't care. Something serious. Let's have something serious. We've done Virginia, and poor Virginia has been a victim of that ghastly Prince Andrew and that hideous Jeffrey Epstein and that vile bitch, Ghislaine Maxwell. And what a shame what's happened to her. She has been killed by them. Let's be honest. They are the three people who are responsible for her death because they drove her to where she ended up. And what a shameful bunch of people they are. So let's talk about somebody who's positive as opposed to them. They are the wicked people, the three wicked stooges. They're like, when shall we three meet again? In thunder, hail, and in rain, the Shakespeare. We've got Prince Andrew, the grand old Duke of York, who, well, couldn't sweat. We've got dirty old Giuffre, who, somebody got rid of him. And then we've got grubby Ghislaine, who doesn't even bother to shower in prison. She doesn't even use deodorant, supposedly. She's the most smelly prisoner, allegedly. She's a stinker. Can you imagine that, having her as a cellmate? You've got that filthy vegan weirdo as your cellmate. Oh, my God. Worst person to have in prison next to you, Ghislaine Maxwell. I pity every prisoner who has to share a cell with her. She's a nutcase. She's a total nutcase, is our Ghislaine. I know a lot about Ghislaine. I can tell you. None of it's nice. There are people who are naughty but nice, but she's not that. She's the exact opposite. She's naughty but nasty. That's what she is. She is a piece of scum and filth. Ghislaine Maxwell is one of the most evil people ever to have lived on our planet. And I will continue to call her out. And as for Lady Victoria Harvey, yeah, that's what she is. She's a disease. She's a horrible, horrible, evil woman who is spinning lies for Prince Andrew. Victoria Harvey, I hope you're watching this, because the next time I see you, I'll tell you to your face. I put up with you in December when I last saw you, and you were with that revolting little Arab boy who I cannot stand, the gay camp pest, and he's a crook as well. Awful, 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 awful individual. No one, if you lie down with dogs, as my grandmother has always said to me, you wake up with fleas. Well, that's where you are. You're in the disease section right now. You horrible, horrible woman. You have insulted the mother of these 3 children, who is now dead. You're a bully. Shame on you. Those children deserve to grieve their mother's death in peace, and you have chosen to insult them. Now, retreat. Yes, you're retreating from social media. Well, why don't you put a sock in it? And if you go on any TV show and you say anything nasty about this poor woman, shame on you. And I will be there and I'll call you out, because I've had enough of you. I don't care what my friend Amanda has to say, because my friend Amanda likes you and thinks you're very nice and oh, you're all harmless. You're not harmless at all. You're an absolutely abhorrent, revolting woman. You've had bankrupt companies. You've had failed movies. You're a nobody. You're an absolute nobody. Your father went to prison for stealing jewelry. You are the daughter of a convicted criminal thief. You're just as bad as Bernie Ecclestone, and a lot of you, just because you've got a title, you think you're important. Why don't you bog off, you nasty piece of toe rag? That's what I say to her. Okay, let's go on to another topic. Okay, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Done. Yeah, there you go. Final rant. A rant is a good thing because it gets it out of the system. So there you go. That's how I work. A good old rant is a fabulous way of dealing with someone like that, because she deserves it. Is there anything good to say about her? No. Is there anything nice to say about her? She's a horrible person. She dresses like a tart. She looks like a tart. She is a tart. And that's what she is. She's an appalling person. And she did have a threesome with one of the Spice Girls, and her husband. And my friends in the Daily Mail have all confirmed that. So don't worry, I'm legally not in a problem in that area there. She's a bit of a village bike, let's say. Lady Victoria bike. Okay, bike off, you horrible old bag. Yes. Right, we don't like it. You like my rant? Okay, fabulous. Okay, right. Okay, that's good. The best rock concert I've ever attended. I loved going to the Killers. I've been on tour with Coldplay. I loved going on tour with Coldplay. That was fabulous. I love all music. I love music of all types. I love classical music. I love Elgar. I love everything from, Robbie Williams. I've never met Robbie Williams, but I've been on tour with Coldplay. I was on tour with Gwyneth and Chris Martin once, long, long ago, when I was, just out of university. But I've been to the Killers. I've been to Snow Patrol in San Francisco. I loved that. I love music. I love all sorts of music. I like mixing it up. I love a whole mixture. I love Beethoven. I love Mozart. I love, every morning I listen to different things. I love Anthony Newland, what's he called? The husband of Joan Collins. I love his music. I love Peter Sardeste. I love everything. I love a mixture. You've got to mix it up. Like music is today. On Saturday Live, BBC4, they had Nigel Havers banging on about what music he liked, and it was very interesting because he was talking about how he couldn't like the Beatles because his parents liked the Beatles. And I thought, well, what a strange thing to say. If your parents like it and you like it, you both like it. So what? I thought that was a bit of an odd thing to come out with. I like a mixture. I like a melee, everything. Let's have everything. So, no, I don't know. I do love a mixture. What do I think of Pink? She's a bit loud, but no, a bit of fun. Good for her. I can't remember what song it was, but she's that loud song. There's one song I remember of Pink. It's a bit loud, but no, why not? It's a bit of fun. I wouldn't play it very often, but don't mind it. You love Lewis Capaldi. I know who he is, but I can't remember his music. Okay, you've seen Pink 3 times. Okay, well, so you're all into Pink. Okay, well, I better look up Pink. I'll write this down right now. Okay, tomorrow morning I will listen to your music suggestions. So 1 is Pink. Okay, right, okay. Right, okay. Cyndi Lauper. I've heard of Cyndi Lauper, but I don't know. Probably I've heard Cyndi Lauper. Of course I have. But I don't know the songs. So, okay, I'll look at Anthony Newley. Yes, Anthony Newley. Yes, I like Anthony Newley. So, no, I like his music. And I love Peter Sardeste. Fabulous man. He's the best. Wonderful. Talking Heads. Yes, Simple Minds. U2. I like all of those. Wonderful. Right. Right. Dire Straits. Yes, they're all right. Scissor Sisters. Yes, I've heard of them. But some of these people are interesting, but not really top of my tree. So anyway, my jumper is now making me look like I'm some kind of weirdo. Right, okay. This stupid jumper, I shouldn't have put it on in the first place. Okay, right. Okay, Radiohead. I don't mind Radiohead. Very nice. I like that band called Travis. They're very good. I didn't go and see them when I was a child, when I was very young. Whitney Houston, not really my kind of thing. No thanks. But obviously I met Cher and I had a lovely time with Cher. We've talked about that before many times, so I'm not going to go down that avenue. But I think Cher is fabulous. I like her. And Kylie is a friend of my mum. We love our Kylie. She's a pint-sized pop star. What an absolutely amazing lady. And, she's been through all sorts of trauma, and what a great lady she is. What a fabulous person. And I like this Ed Sheeran. I don't mind him. And I like Christine and the Queens, the French one. That's another of my mother's favorites. My mother introduced me to that one. She's very into that. She's great. I like this Christine and the Queens. Yep, very good. Eminem. I like Eminem. I think he's great. Wonderful rapper. Yep. Obviously, I got to know through the film Coffee and Cigarettes by Jim Jarmusch. in San Francisco. I got to know the rapper. Oh gosh, his name's escaping me. And I had dinner with him at the Carlton Tower in London. I'm trying to remember his name. It's coming back to me. And his other one was shot, and he was murdered. Oh gosh, what was his name? I've forgotten his name. Anyway, he taught Barbara Minto how to rap. So, he was a great person. And all my friends were, I've forgotten the name. It escapes me. I'm not really into rap music, you see, so I forgot. The rapper. Yes, Coffee and Cigarettes was an excellent film, you say. Yes, we had Kate Blanchett in the film, and that's how I kept in touch with Kate. And we were on the Radio 4 program, and I think Kate Blanchett is a wonderful actress. She's absolutely fabulous. But no, the name of the rapper, oh my God, I've forgotten his name. Black guy, I've forgotten his name. This escapes me. At this time of night, it is here 20 to 12 at night, so I am a bit tired. So I have forgotten. It wasn't Tupac, no. The Wu-Tang Clan, of course. It was the RZA. So my friend was the RZA, who I met from that. And he taught Barbara Minto how to rap. And of course, there was the Gaza who was shot. He was murdered. And we got to know the RZA. And the film was fantastic. Watch the film. You can watch bits of it on YouTube, I think. So the film is called Coffee and Cigarettes. It's basically a series of 11 people having coffee and cigarettes. So you've got a film made by a man called Jim Jarmusch, an absolutely brilliant filmmaker. I met him first maybe 2004 in California. And Jim made this film. And of course, the subjects were Iggy Pop, who was one of the people who had coffee and cigarettes with somebody. There was Kate Blanchett, who had coffee and cigarettes with her cousin. There was the RZA. There was Steve Coogan, the comedian, and that was the kind of thing that went on. So it was a mixture of amazing people having coffee and cigarettes. Each one was 11 minutes long. And what a great film it was. And I was the first person, I was one of the first people in the world to see the film. So I was very, very lucky. And I loved the film. And I loved, last year talking with Kate Blanchett about it again on Radio 4. So Kate Blanchett, what a great lady she is. She's a fabulous actress. And, there are so many good people in the world we should celebrate. People like Kate. Kate is a good lady. We must celebrate the good people as opposed to going on about all these, Russell Brands who do bad things all the time, all these horrible people. Let's have a few days of celebrating good, because this is what I think we're missing in our world. We're missing celebrating good people. There are many, 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 many wonderful people in the world. And we don't celebrate wonderful people. Like a little girl I talked about who made marmalade during the lockdowns. And she got it into Fortnum and Mason, and Queen Camilla shared her marmalade with the world. What a wonderful girl. Her name was Flora Ryder, and she made a type of marmalade with some kind of special thing. I don't know what it was. And my mum was very into this marmalade. And we bought jars and jars and jars of it. And we sent it to everybody because it was a fabulous thing. Absolutely wonderful. This little girl, 9 years old, Flora Ryder. Fabulous.
Amazing.
What a great person. And Queen Camilla was the one who encouraged it. So if you want to have a pop at Queen Camilla, have a go at me first, because I will stand up for Queen Camilla because she teaches people to read. That's a great thing. There's lots of people who are doing this. It's not just Queen Camilla who's encouraging reading, but people like Giles Brandreth. What a great man. Susie Dent. Anyone who encourages literacy Anyone who encourages people to do something good, not to wake up in the morning and go, oh, I want to worship Andrew Tate. Andrew bloody Tate worshippers, shut your mouths. You're bad people. You're appalling. But people who want to get up in the morning and make some marmalade, or like the old ladies. Okay, there were these old ladies. My friend, and he's not here tonight, Cult Television.
Could have another one, please.
The Cult Television, I need to finish speaking. This old ladies in the lockdown, they decided to start making shortbread or something, or whatever it was. And now they've got a business, £5 million. 2 old ladies.
Amazing.
That is the kind of thing that we must celebrate, instead of going on and on every morning, and I'm so bored of hearing it, of Andrew Tate. We don't, Andrew Tate's wrecking the world. Well, don't talk about Andrew Tate. Let's shut Andrew Tate down. Let's not talk about Andrew Tate, because then Andrew Tate's finished, isn't he? He's dead. He's brown bread. So let's close it down.
I can pour my own, I don't mind.
Oh, no, please. Why do you have to ruin my program? I'm trying to speak.
Well, I do it all the time.
It's ridiculous. Just drink the whole bottle. Anyway, I'm very sorry. I have to be interrupted equally all the time. But no, I'm trying to say the world can be a better place. The world will be a better place if we all just change our narrative. I'm sorry about, things in the background, but there we go. Anyway, she's...
apologize for me.
George Orwell warned us what was going to happen. No, it's not about that. Not at all. What we are living in right now is a world where these disgusting people are being enabled and allowed to have a voice because they shout louder than anyone else, and that's what they are. I don't think George Orwell is actually the one that got it, to be honest. I'm not that impressed by his nonsense. Right. No, I'm not going to say he is. He made many valid points, but I don't think that he got it correct. No, these people are deeply unpleasant. They are enabled by social media. They are enabled by a creepy planet that we live on, I will say. You don't see the world getting better. Well, I do see the world will get better. We will get the world better. Don't worry. I'm not that worried about it, to be honest, but we will win in the end. But we have to wait. But for the moment, this wicked man, Donald Trump, and this wicked man, Zelensky, and this wicked man, Putin, are in charge, and this wicked man, Starmer. And I cannot stand Starmer, and he is the worst of the worst for me, because he is harming farmers. Don't hurt farmers. You evil bastard. You are the scum of the earth, you piece of shit. You are damaging the people who look after our beautiful countryside, and how dare you? You are filth and you're scum, and you are, there you are grabbing your £20,000 in glasses and free knickers for your wife. Oh, you revolting little man. I really can't stand this Starmer. And everybody I speak to here, and I speak to a lot of people, and they just say, and they're English, but they're staying here in France, they say, we've never seen it so bad. And everybody I speak to on the telephone, we've never seen it so bad. This man is worse than anything we've ever had to experience. And this is so
What are you
bad.
talking about?
I'm getting interruption in the background. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about Keir Starmer, of course. It's absolutely appalling. I don't like the man, and I don't want, but I don't need shouting in the background. Thank you.
That is rubbish.
But please don't interrupt my program. Thank you. Honestly, absolutely awful. Right, they're all dictators. Yes, they all are. Anyway, who would I vote for? None of the current lot. So there we go. That's where we're up to with that. Starmer is following orders. No, I don't think so. He's just absolutely awful. Right. You first saw Starmer as an audience member on Robert Kilroy's Silk. He was an audience member in Robert Kilroy's Silk. Robert Kilroy's Silk, well, he was a very strange man who also tried to be a politician. He didn't do very well, I think, did he? Salk is the person who sums the situation up perfectly. Well done. I agree with Salk. I agree, and I'm totally the same as Salk. I am politically homeless, and that is where I am. I don't support the Conservative Party. How on earth could I support Kemi Badenoch? Kemi Bad Enough is what I call her. She's vile. She's absolutely the worst ever leader of the Conservative Party we've ever had, other than Liz the Lettuce is obviously the very, 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 very worst. You know, her who lasted 49 days. She is definitely, you can't beat Liz. Liz is the loser. Liz has to be the, and Liz gets everything for life. Liz now has permanent police protection. She has bulletproof windows. She has everything. Cars. Just because she was prime minister for 49 days. The lettuce. The lettuce lasted longer than her. Isn't that shameful? To have that lettuce. The lettuce.
Except she keeps out the immigrants.
The mad woman in the background is shouting about she keeps out the immigrants, which is totally incorrect because she didn't keep out anything. She didn't do anything. So what a load of nonsense she's shouting. She's talking absolute horseshit. Liz the Lettuce kept out nobody.
Out the immigrants.
No, I don't agree with that. That's a totally nasty thing to say. And I don't need people shouting on my program and ruining my program. And of course, that's what she's trying to do now because she's got a drink, so she wants to shout and ruin my program. So there we go. This is what happens when you give somebody a drink. Right, okay. I don't need any more of that. So let's have some more questions from the audience rather than the mad woman in the background shouting about immigrants. I don't want any more of that because I'm not going to tolerate it. It's offensive and it's rude. Because I have no problem with immigrants. I think immigrants are perfectly decent people. No, here we go. She's ruining my program yet again. She likes to ruin my program. Here we go. This is what happens every time. It's not fair and it's not correct. Please be quiet. Thank you. Okay, let's have some questions from the audience rather than the mad woman in the background. I don't need mad people shouting at me about immigrants because it's nasty. Absolutely appalling. There we go. I know half of you agree with her, and yeah, some of you are agreeing. Right, okay, right. Yes, one day we'll all realise that we're all actually immigrants. Yes, we're all immigrants from somewhere. Yes, because some of us are Vikings and some of us are not. So there we go. Yeah, completely correct.
Watch the Chinese.
No, I don't need the mad woman shouting in the background.
Watch the Chinese.
The mad
take
woman.
over.
The mad woman shouting in the background is to be ignored.
Will take over Britain.
She wants to ruin my program as usual, which is what she wants to do. So just ignore her because she's being boring. She's totally boring and totally stupid in this regard. Okay, thank you. Next question. Have we got some more comments? Yes. Oh God. Let's talk about something completely different. Please change the topic. I don't want to talk about this topic. Let's move the topic along because it only provokes the mad woman to go and talk about a load of mad.
Chinese are taking over.
I don't want to talk about any of this. Let's change the topic because the woman is deranged. She rants and she raves and it's just offensive. Next question. Well, I won't be bringing it to San Francisco. No, definitely not. Do I think of wind turbines? What do I think of them? Wind turbines. Well, my father wanted to have some wind turbines on our farm, and the locals were a complete pain in the arse and stopped us doing it. So we didn't have wind turbines. I don't know how useful wind turbines are, but as I drove across France, there were rather a lot of them everywhere because we drove from Dunkirk to Saint-Tropez. I saw a lot of them everywhere we went. So the French seemed to like them. My father wasn't allowed to have them because obviously he lives in a nice area, and well, the locals are all fucking rich twats, and they didn't want us to have them, so we couldn't have them. So I don't know if wind turbines work or they don't, but we wanted to have them, but we didn't get to have them, so I don't know if they're useful or not. My friends who have these solar panels in Devon, they seem to think it's a good idea. But then my friends like Christine Hamilton, who lives in Wiltshire, she's determined to stop the solar panels. So I've got multiple views on these things. I don't know. I don't know whether it's good or bad. But we were stopped from having our wind turbines because they said you can't spoil the beautiful area with these things. It's a windy area. So where are you going to be? If you're going to, and in Broadstairs, they had them out at sea. I didn't mind them. I thought they looked perfectly fine. They didn't do any harm. Build the bloody things. That's what I say. Get on with it. Let's have some wind turbines. That's what I said. But anyway, everybody else gets very angry and just goes, I don't like the wind turbines. I don't know, but they never explain why they don't like them. Just, I don't want them. It's like Victor Meldrew arriving. I say build the bloody things. Get them built. Let's have the bloody wind turbines. We need a few wind turbines. Let's get some more energy in this country, in Britain. Well, I'm not in Britain at the moment, obviously, so I keep saying in this country, which I'm obviously not in the country, so it's a bit stupid of me to say that. So anyway, I say bring it on. But all I get is abuse for supporting a wind turbine. So anyway, my father, he tried, but he wasn't. What?
Just rambling.
She's rambling in the background. I'm trying to do my program and I've got this rambling mad woman rambling. Please be quiet. Okay, right, okay. I'll have to stop the program soon because I've got this terrible noise in the background. It's not helping.
Please don't do that.
Well, you're trying to ruin it.
Don't do anything that is detrimental to you on my behalf.
Well, then be quiet. Okay, thank you. I've asked her to be quiet because it's really not helpful. We don't need people going on about making random noises in the background. It's not really much use, is it? So you don't mind her? No, of course you don't mind her, but we don't need random noises in the background. Anyway, we were talking about wind turbines, and I was trying to talk about it, and then I get interrupted. So wind turbines, my father did make an attempt at doing something good with wind turbines, and the miserable locals, they tried to stop us. So that was the end of that. So we gave up on wind turbines. I don't know what the answer is, but I think there's nothing wrong with wind turbines. We need put them in, but I'd say put them in the sea. The sea is the perfect place for them. They're not in the way of anything, are they? If you have to move a shipping lane, move the shipping lane around it. Build the bloody wind turbines in the ocean. Best place for them. That's what I say. You don't have to build them on top of the hill. Okay, on top of a hill, you're going to get more wind, I suppose. But if you put them in the ocean, they're not going to be too bad. And then Broadstairs, they've got them there. So they must be capable out at sea. Put them out at sea. Let's put all the wind turbines out in the sea. Let's have loads of them. Build hundreds of them. That's what I say. Why not? As long as they don't disturb the seals or the, whatever else is out there. That's what we want. Build a few more of them. Won't do any harm. Okay. Right. Okay. Right, next question. You're talking about asbestos. You're talking amongst yourselves. Oh dear. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Asbestos, Switzerland. I've no idea what you're talking about, so I don't know. Anyway, I suppose I'll have to go to bed soon because this is ridiculous. It is 12 o'clock, so it's time for me to go to bed soon. And this stupid boiler is making a racket. I'm very sorry about the noise of the boiler. It's not even the noise of Mad Men who's making the racket. It's the boiler. So soon I'll have to go to bed. What about fracking? I don't approve of fracking. Fracking should be banned. They tried to do some fracking on some of my father's land in Lancashire. And my father said, no. We won't be allowing you to do your fracking on our property because fracking is a very bad thing. It's damaging for everybody. No, we don't want fracking. Fracking is a disgusting activity. Ban it. We don't want fracking. No, take your fracking, fuck off with your fracking, basically. That's what we feel. Fracking, no fracking, thanks. Okay, we don't want fracking. Nobody wants that. It's a bad thing that damages the environment. It's dangerous to people. It's dangerous to the environment. We don't want fracking. No fracking, thanks. Okay, piss off with your fracking. Okay, no fracking. Fracking is evil, says TMTB. I agree with TMTB. Fracking is one of the most evil habits that we don't need on our planet. We do not need fracking. Frack your ass. Yep, there we go. Take it away. We don't want it. Fracking ridiculous. Yep, totally agree with you. Right. Who won the boxing? I don't know because I've not been watching it, but somebody's won. Look at Chernobyl. Yeah. Well, look at, okay, I have never been to Chernobyl, but I have been to Mount St. Helens, and I went to Mount St. Helens, which obviously had an earthquake, volcano. And, when I went there were already plants growing. I went there with my mum and our car broke down. We were stuck there for many hours on end, and my mother was very, very angry because, she wanted to get back to do her work. And I demanded to go and visit a volcano because that's the kind of weird child I was. I was a bit of a obnoxious prat and a bit of a nuisance. And I would go, well, we've got to go and do something that I want to do today. So off we went. And we went and drove up this Mount St. Helens in our Cadillac. And, we had the Cadillac and we got there. And then the car broke down. And my mum went mad. She said, "You've made me come up here. And now the car's broken down." I said, "This is wonderful." I said, "Now I can go and wander around." So off I went. And I wandered all. I wasn't allowed, because you're not meant to wander. You weren't meant to wander anywhere. You weren't meant to go wandering amongst all of this stuff, because it was like a scientific site. So off I went, wandering and looking. And I just did what I wanted. But I did get to spend 45 minutes, maybe an hour before, the people on the car phone came, because obviously it was before mobile phones. I got to learn a lot about the volcanic vegetation. And I love plants and gardening and things like that. I'm very interested. I'm not like my mum. My mother is a brilliant gardener, and my grandfather was a fabulous gardener, without a doubt. But I got to spend time in this amazing environment, and I looked at it, and I was intrigued how the plants had grown back so fast. Certain types of plant grow fast under volcanic soil, so they were growing back, and it had only been, I suppose, about 12 years or something when I visited. So it was amazing. I was very, very lucky to spend time. I had my 45 minutes, and then this man arrived with a truck, and he put the car on the truck, and off we went. So that was the end of my fun. In Texas, I managed to steal a few cactus leaves, and that was another naughty thing I did. I had a friend at school called Daniel Quinn, and he was a bit of a naughty boy. And Daniel Quinn, I don't know if you're watching, Daniel, but Daniel lives now in Orkney, and he liked cactus. So I smuggled out a few cactus leaves from Texas, and I wrapped them in hotel bed sheets. A very naughty thing I did as a 10-year-old child. You see, this was the kind of weird child I was. I was into doing all sorts of things. I loved things to do with plants and animals, and the zonky and all the rest of it. I had a very curious mind, let's say. I like to find things. I didn't follow the rules. I did follow some rules, I will admit, but I didn't follow all the rules. And I wasn't very good at school. I was a very naughty child, let's be honest. I will talk to you about my naughty childhood another day. But anyway, so, right, let's have some questions. Right. It's not weird, no. I wasn't weird, okay. It sounds like you had a good time. I did try. The cactus smuggler, yeah, I was a bit of a naughty person, yes. I did break the law, yes, I suppose. My mother didn't know about it, so it's not her fault. So please do not blame my mother. My mother was not responsible for me doing what I did. But the stolen hotel towels are, well, they never were given back, put it that way, because you don't really want to send them back with the lead spikes in them, do you? There we go. Right. Have I ever been arrested? Yes, I've been arrested on multiple occasions. Several occasions, I should say. I'm not going to go into the details of all the times I've been arrested, but I have been arrested with the lady who's currently in my company, Lady Min. Yes, she's been arrested with me as well. Yes, she was arrested. And she was held in a cell, and I was held in a cell too. But we won't go down that route tonight. We'll save that story for another night. Okay. Right. My mum is Mrs. Steeples. No, my mother is Professor Steeples, in fact. So she's Professor Smith, because that's the name of the last husband, unfortunately. I wish my mother would revert to using my father's name, but she hasn't. But that's her choice. We don't really like Mr. Smith. He's a ghastly, horrible man. And my mother doesn't like him either, so I don't know why she's not changed her name. Anyway, that's just you've just made me think about that. Right, okay. Eubank has won. Okay, Chris Eubank Jr. has won the thing. Okay. I've been in jail. You're all shocked. Okay, well, no, I've not been in jail. I've been arrested. I've never been sent to prison. No, I've never been sent to prison. I have been arrested, but no, I've never been sent to prison. No. So that's a different matter. Right, okay. Miss Marple says you've been arrested for research purposes. Okay, well, I don't know what that means, but if you've been arrested for research purposes, is that a real arrest? Probably not. Sarah Byrne has never been arrested. Okay, well done to you. It's better off not to be arrested. I would urge everyone not to be arrested. It's better off not to be arrested. It's better off not to be like us. We have been arrested. Yes, we have. But, sometimes people are wrongly arrested. And injustice is a terrible thing, isn't it? I do believe that the person sitting next to me has been arrested separately on another occasion. Yes. So without me, yes. I've been arrested several times, but I've never been convicted of a single crime. So there we go. I have a wonderful friend who has been to prison, who is a friend of ours, and he is one of the best people on the planet, and he is considered by newspapers one of the most dangerous people in Britain. But I'm not going to talk about who he is. But he is a great friend of ours, and we love him, and we treasure him, and he's one of our best. So it doesn't matter if you've been to prison. I know several people who've spent time in prison. Doesn't mean they're bad people. So if you don't like them, you don't have to like them. But I can tell you, there are a lot of people who've been to prison who shouldn't have been in prison. There are a lot of people who are in prison who should be in prison as well. So I'm not saying that that's not the case, but I stand by my friends, and if I like you, I'm going to stand by you. So no, I'm not going to be having any nastiness about my nice friends who've been in prison either. So there you go. Right, next question. Okay. Josie Muldowney was falsely arrested once. Okay, what were you falsely arrested for, Josie? Okay, what were you falsely arrested for? Hatchie was arrested 12 times wrongfully. Oh dear, well, what were you falsely arrested for? So anyway, right. So we're getting all of you coming out with all your naughty arrests. Well, yeah, I've been locked up, Charing Cross Nick. I've been in there. Lovely place. So what? Doesn't matter, does it? The Met Police are a load of old rubbish, in my view. Not very good at their jobs, are they? Jobsworths. Awful people. Right, okay. So, right. Anyway, doesn't bother me to say I've been arrested. So what? What does it harm me to say I've been arrested? Who Who trusts those old rozzers? Bad people. We got locked up for assaulting a criminal tenant who made it all up. And then the charges were dropped. So what was the point of that? Complete waste of time. He was a con man who conned all sorts of people. Class act he was, wasn't he? Hello? Francesco Grasso.
Oh, God.
We're talking about when we got arrested.
You're speaking to him.
No, we're talking about when we got arrested.
Oh, very bad.
No, but we got arrested for attacking a man who was a crook. He was a fake. He conned multiple people.
Stole my house.
She claims he stole her house and all the rest, and she's not lying. In this instance, she's correct.
Couldn't get him out.
No, but we don't need to go down the route of going on and on about it. Let's not bang on about it tonight. But no, he wasn't a very
worst piece of rubbish in.
He wasn't a very nice man, and we were released without any kind of charge. There was no kind of there was nothing.
Should never be allowed in England.
But there we go. Anyway, we'll talk about how awful he was another time. We'll talk about him another occasion. We have to just say, the world is not pleasant, is it? No. They wasted a hell of a lot of time, and it was very unpleasant in that instance. I've had other incidents, and then I've had other incidents the other way around where people have attacked me and the police do nothing to help. Like, with Sam Palmer, until they ultimately gave him a community order, which was hardly sufficient given he tried to strangle me. He should have been charged with something else, but the useless policewoman was totally useless. So that is a reversal of roles, isn't it? So, Sam Palmer should have been charged with something far more serious, let's be honest. But that useless policewoman was always on what she called a rest day. And she went, Sam and Petra are very nice people. She was the most dumb person I've ever met in my entire bloody life. Horrible, horrible woman. She did nothing to help me. I've made multiple complaints and I've got nowhere yet, but I will continue to complain. The Eccleston man is a convicted criminal. He is a tax evading dodger who's been found guilty. He's on a 2-year suspended sentence. So why don't we bring the Eccleston crime family to justice? They are criminals. There we go. Yeah. Sam Palmer, nasty piece of work. Husband of Petra Eccleston, the putrid, horrible Petra, awful woman, and sister-in-law of Tepid Tamara, the titty feeder. Lovely, classy people they are. So no, I don't like the Ecclestons. Yep, no, definitely not. Yeah, them's Ecclestons. Grrr, well said, Tina. I like you, Tina. Tina, you're mixing it up. Well said. We don't like those Ecclestons. No, well done. Anyone who attacks the Ecclestons is a friend of mine, so well said. I love anyone who hates them. They're awful. They are vile, disgusting pigs. Awful, revolting scumbag family. The coffin-dodging crooks who, he didn't pay his tax. He gets away with it. Little old lady who doesn't pay a TV license gets thrown in the nick. He gets away with it. Shameful. Absolutely wrong, isn't it? Yep. Don't like them. Have I traveled much to Canada? I've been to Canada only once, just across the border from Seattle when my mother was in Seattle. So obviously my mother's connection with Seattle is to do with tech, so that's why we were there. It wasn't sleepless in Seattle, no. In Seattle, I went to go whale watching when I was there often, and I like to go to look at the graveyard for all the merchant navy boats. You know, the navy boats. There's a huge. It's about 2.5 miles long, and I was taken there in a boat to look at the, rotting, rusting old boats. It was very fascinating to look at, but it wasn't very nice. I didn't like it because I thought the first thing I thought was, well, it's not very nice for the ocean, is it, to leave all these things rotting? You shouldn't be doing that. Anyway, I went to look at it. It's like when I was a child and I was taken to a zoo. I didn't like going to zoos because I looked at the zoo and I thought, let the bird out, let the animal out of the cage. I don't like cages. I think animals should not, down here, there are all these poor birds. There's a garden centre nearby. I hate the place because it's nice to go there to get some flowers, but I don't like looking at these poor animals. There's the birds, especially. They put all these birds, different kinds of birds, that are definitely not compatible in a cage. And these birds are all... It's horrible to look at. It's cruelty to animals, and I don't like cruelty to animals. I can't cope with it. I don't like cruelty to humans, and hence why we talked about Virginia today, because, the cruelty that Virginia has suffered has resulted in Virginia killing herself. And that's not very nice. But I don't like cruelty to animals either. And, and I ran my petition against, the bitch who killed the giraffe, the horrible one that killed all the goats and all the rest of it. I do not keep silent. I speak out. Most people don't say anything. The problem with me is I'm a bit mouthy. I'm a bit of a loudmouth. So I'm a bit dangerous. So I can understand that people don't like me. So what? I don't care. I don't care whether you like me or not. If you don't like me, bog off. Really, that's how simple it is with me. I have no interest in keeping people happy. I like justice. And I've always been interested in supporting the real cause. So there we go. That's me. There we go. Anyway, right. Okay. Well, let's have a few more of your questions, and then I better go to bed because it's really ridiculous. It is 12:20. We've got a lunch tomorrow at 12:30. So it's time to go to bloody bed. Honestly. Right. Right. Next question. Right. Okay. Something to do with monkeys. Right. Okay. Zoos are animal prisons. Yes. I don't like zoos. I am totally with you. Josie Muldowney, you're completely correct. I don't think animals should be kept in zoos other than, you have to have some form of research. I do believe, that could be a thing that's genuine, but we don't need all these zoos. No, we don't need lots of zoos. Zoos are horrible things, horrible places that just so morons can gawp at beautiful animals moron, the village idiot can bring their stupid little child to gawp at an animal that doesn't need to be locked in a cage. Horrible. We don't need animals locked in cages. It's disgusting. It's absolutely wrong. So little, William and Wilbur can go and look at a monkey, lock it in a cage. That's not correct. Leave the animals free in the wild. That's where Wilbur and William should be. Leave them alone, whatever they're called. Anyway, there we go. Right, the circuses. No, I don't like circuses either. I think circuses are horrible things. Don't like them. I have no interest in those awful things. Whales in pools doing tricks. Oh, that's even worse. That's appalling because they haven't got enough space. The whales need to be in the ocean and must be allowed to have the freedom to move. It's time to let the animals have their freedom. Don't go locking these poor things up. Anyway, I have to go to bed very soon because we're getting all this barking noise in the background. I'm very sorry. And it's time to put her to bed because we're going to a lunch tomorrow. And I think it's better we go to bed. Oh, my God. The noise. I do apologize for the noise, but she's not very well. It's not her fault, but she needs to be put to bed. It's time to put her to bed because it's absolutely, the noise is awful. It's time to put her to bed. My program is ruined and over, so let's just say we better not have any. We can't have any more. I can't carry on the program with this noise. So, right, okay, I'll put her to bed, and I may come back in 5 minutes. Okay, I'll come back just to say a quick goodbye, and then that will be it. So I'm going to end this stream now, and thank you. Yes, I'm very sorry for this awful noise. I can't do any more about it. So thank you and goodbye. Have a, if you don't come back, have a lovely evening, but I'll try and come back in 5 minutes for a quick goodbye. Okay, take care and thank you. Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.